Okay, so as you know from your research, on April 1st, the Israelis struck the Iranian embassy in Damascus, Syria, killing 7 people, including 2 commanders. This is an act of war because the embassy is considered Iranian territory. And never before has this been done intentionally. Okay? And this follows the assassination of their general Qasem Soleimani in 2020, right? This is when the Americans launched a drone strike against him in Baghdad. And he was really the top, one of the top Iranian generals. And what both of these incidents show us is that the Americans and the Israelis have dominance over Iran, okay? So military dominance. So the first thing is they have technology, right? So technologically, America and Israel are so much superior to Iran. So that there's a jet that went from Israel and went to Damascus to carry out the strike. Now, if you did the research, you would know that the Canadian embassy is right next to the Iranian embassy. And the strike was so precise that it only hit the Iranian embassy and didn't touch anything else, okay? That's a precision strike. That's how powerful the technology that the Americans and the Israelis have, okay? But the other thing that's important is the idea of intelligence. So how did the Israelis know that these commanders would be there at that time, right? That's intelligence. And intelligence comes in 2 forms, right? There's the idea of human, and then signals. Signals is basically, I can listen in on your cell phone. I can track where you go. I know where your car is, right? That's signals, and electronic intelligence. The other is human. So there are spies in the embassy who tell the Israelis that this meeting will happen. Okay? So this is clearly military dominance that Israel and the Americans possess over Iran. And when this strike happened, as you know, the Iranians had to respond. And this was called Operation True Promise. And the idea of True Promise was that there's a strike package, okay, consisting of 300 drones and missiles that hit Israel. Now, what the Israelis say is that 99% of these drones and missiles were intercepted. They caused no damage. And the Israelis says, this shows that our Iron Dome system is amazing. We're amazing. Iran cannot touch us. What the Iranians said is that, no, we designed the attack to be harmless. We intentionally designed the attack so that it would not cause that much damage. Okay? So who's right, the Israelis or the Iranians? I want to make an argument to you today that the Iranians are more believable, more credible. Okay? And the reason why is that the Iranians have to be very strategic in their response to the Americans and the Israelis. And the reason why is the Americans and the Israelis have military dominance over Iran. But just because you have military dominance does not mean you'll win the war, okay? So what I believe is that Iran and Israel are committed to a war. And it's possible that in 2 years' time, there will be a ground invasion of Iran. Okay? But it's going to take time to build up to the ground invasion. But just because the Americans and the Israelis attack Iran does not mean they will win. Okay? And the reason why is that, as you know from your research, in 2002, the Americans actually tried to invade Iran. Okay? They ran a simulation called the 2002 Millennium Challenge. And the idea is, let's pretend that we will invade Iran and let's see what happens. So they divide the military into 2 teams, right? Team USA and Team Iran. Now, if you know anything about the American military, you will know that it is the most dominant, powerful military ever to exist in human history, okay? It is crazy powerful. If the entire world were to get together and say, let's go fight the United States, the world would lose. The United States has the most powerful military in the entire world, okay? And Iran, it's a very poor country. So the United States invaded Iran, and they wanted to see what would happen. And it turned out that, who won? Iran won, okay? And the reason why Iran won is the idea of asymmetrical warfare. All right? And this is a very important idea that you must know if you are to understand this conflict. So what is asymmetrical warfare? All right, let's pretend that Jack and I are enemies. We hate each other and we want to kill each other, okay? Jack has armor and he has a machine gun. I have nothing, okay? So in most battles, Jack's going to kill me, right? But let's pretend that I live in a dark forest. And it's really hard to see in this dark forest, but I've been living there for decades, okay? So I know this dark forest very, very well. So if Jack attacks me in this dark forest, then it's possible for me to win because I can set traps, right? I can play tricks on Jack. And that's the idea of asymmetrical warfare, okay? Even though Jack is superior, because I'm inferior, I'm forced to be much more strategic in how I fight against Jack, okay? And so asymmetrical warfare means that as long as you can define the terms of engagement, as long as you can control how the war is fought, you will win. Okay? So let's look at what this means for Iran and the United States. So the United States has these aircraft carriers, and they cost like $1 billion, okay? They're very expensive, but they're very powerful. Now, in a symmetrical warfare, what would happen is Iran sends its entire navy against this one aircraft carrier of the United States. And then what happens? The United States blows up the entire Iranian navy, okay? That's what would happen. So you don't do that, okay? You do not send your navy against an American aircraft carrier. What you do instead is you send drones, okay? Or drone swarms. So what they did in the Millennium Challenge was they had these suicide boats, right? Charging these aircraft carriers. And guess what, guys? If there's a lot of them, like 1,000 of them, you can't stop all of them. And if one hits, then your boat sinks. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, this is what we call asymmetrical warfare. Now, what's important to understand is that in asymmetrical warfare, you have to control how much resources you use, okay? So, for example, this aircraft carrier costs like $1 billion. The drone swarms, okay, a drone may be $1,000 for a real one, okay? But then you have fake ones that cost $100. $1,000 are these drones that blow up, right? $100 are drones that don't blow up, right? You have 1,000 of these, and then that's like $10 million. And then you have 10,000 of these, and that's another $10 million, okay? So it'll cost you maybe $20 million to blow up a $1 billion aircraft carrier. Okay, does that make sense? And this is why Iran would win a war, because Iran would employ asymmetrical warfare, drone swarms against the American aircraft carriers. Okay? And the true promise actually showed us that the Iranians would probably use this strategy. And the reason why is that the total package, the strike package that the Iranians use, cost about $10 to $30 million. But how much money did they actually spend to bring down these drones? Do you guys know? How much did it cost the Israelis to defend themselves against this attack? Okay, it was at least $1 billion. Okay, do you understand? All right. So this shows us that in a war, Iran would use asymmetrical warfare, and even though Israel and the United States have military dominance, they may not be able to win this war. Okay. Okay. So does this make sense so far? Any questions about this? Okay, that's a really good question, okay? And the question really is, okay, listen, the Iranians will use this asymmetrical warfare strategy against the Americans. And so shouldn't the Americans respond with more strategic thinking? And that's a great question. And the answer is the Americans would not do that. Why not? Why is it that asymmetrical warfare is so effective against empires and dominant military powers? What's the problem of empires usually? What is their biggest problem? What is their fatal flaw?
They have too much bureaucracy.
Okay, they have too much bureaucracy, but Iran also has bureaucracy. But the empires have a much bigger problem, okay? Now let's go back to the Millennium Challenge. Now, in the first test, in the first battle, Iran won against the United States, right? So what did the United States do? And do what? They did it again. They did another second. They did a second simulation. In the second simulation, what did they do?
It was scripted.
Exactly, okay? What the Americans said is, nope, this is cheating, guys. Okay, do you understand? Asymmetrical warfare is cheating. You cannot cheat. And then the Americans won. Does that make sense? Okay? So remember, in the first instance where you are allowed to use asymmetrical warfare, the Iranians won. In the second instance, the Americans said, no, asymmetrical warfare is cheating. So you're not allowed to use asymmetrical warfare. You must fight us directly. And the Americans won. What does this tell us about the American military? Exactly. Thank you. Okay, they are inflexible. Empires are inflexible, and the reason why is the idea of hubris. Right? If you're an empire, you refuse to admit your failings and faults. You become very stubborn. Okay? So it's back to the example of Jack has his machine gun, his armor. Right? He comes in the Stark Force thinking like, I'm invincible, right? And like everyone's like, Jack, don't go into that dark forest. It's stupid. But Jack's like, no, I have a machine gun. I don't care. All right? So that's the situation. That's why asymmetrical warfare is so effective, because it allows you flexibility and creativity, and the empire, the dominant power, refuses to be flexible and creative. Okay? Does that make sense? All right? And so the classic example of this is Vietnam, where the Vietnamese were clearly dominated by the Americans, but the Vietnamese were using extremely creative and flexible tactics against Americans, whereas the Americans insisted on their main military doctrine. Okay? Does that make sense? All right? Great. Okay, any more questions? That was a great question. Thank you. Any more questions before we move on? Okay, so now I want to talk about, okay, if the Iranians are going to use asymmetrical warfare, what would it look like? And the answer is this. When the Americans invade, okay, the war started. Before the invasion, the Iranians must do 4 things if it is to prevail in the war, okay? And this is what we call the Iran strategy matrix. Okay? The Iran strategy matrix means that from now on, everything they do must fit into the strategy matrix. Okay? It must accomplish the objectives of the strategy matrix. So the first thing it must do is unite the population. Okay? Second thing it must do is build alliances. And the third thing is win global opinion. And the fourth is weaken the enemy. Okay? So, in other words, everything that Iran is going to do from now until the actual invasion will be to accomplish all four goals at once. And it must, if it is to survive a full-scale American invasion. Okay? Does it make sense? All right. So, unite the population. What does this mean? Okay? It means that you win the war depending on how much your population is willing to resist the invasion. And it turns out that even though the Iranians right now are divided, okay, there's a lot of opposition towards the current government in Iran. As some of you know, there have been some protests over the past few years, women protesting for more rights in Iran, okay? So there's a lot of division in that country. But I think that most Iranians would resist an invasion. And the reason why is that the Iranians have a very bad history with Westerners, okay? So the example is the 1953 coup d'etat, okay? So what happened is that in 1909, the British discovered oil in Iran. It was called Persia back then. And so they created a company called the Anglo-Iranian Petroleum Company, which we now know as British Petroleum, okay, BP. And the idea is that this company would be responsible for extracting and selling all the oil. But unfortunately, the deal was that Iran, Persia, would only get 16% of profits. Okay? They only got 16% of profits. So the Iranians are very upset about this. It's their oil, it's their resource, but they're not getting that much money out of it, okay? It's basically stealing. So for decades, the Iranians have been trying to renegotiate the deal. In 1953, the democratically elected government of Iran said to the British, listen, let's do 50-50. Okay, that's fair, 50-50. 50% for us, 50% for you, right? That's a fair deal. And the British, instead of saying yes, went to the Americans, and the British and the Americans together launched a coup d'etat against the democratically elected government of Iran and installed a police state called the Shah. Okay, the Shah, which is like the monarchy, okay? And the Shah, the king of Iran, was so brutal that he created a police state. In 1979, the Iranian people overthrew the Shah, okay? And so the Iranian people do not like the idea of foreign invaders coming in and controlling the resource, okay? Does that make sense? So over time, as Israel and as America continues to be aggressive towards Iran, the population will start to coalesce and fight against the Americans, okay? So that's unite the population. Second is build alliances. Now, Iran has two layers of alliance. The first layer is called the axis of resistance, right? Which I asked you to research. And the axis of resistance includes the Shia militias in Iraq, Syria, Hezbollah in Lebanon, Hamas, and the Houthis in Yemen. Okay? Now, what's important to understand is that this is not an alliance. What's important to understand is that this is an alliance. Okay? They agree to fight together because they have common interests, which is to remain independent of American influence. Okay? But that does not mean that Hamas, Hezbollah, and Houthis take orders from Iran, okay? They're not controlled by Iran. Iran supports them militarily and financially, but Iran cannot completely control their behavior. Okay, so the example is on October 7th, Hamas launched an attack against Israel, right? Which resulted in this war. And Iran says, we were not involved. And Israel says that can't be true because you control Hamas, all right? So that's the first layer of alliance. But what Iran needs to do, if it is to win the war, is also bring in Russia and China. Okay? Russia wants the United States to fight Iran. Why? Yeah, but true, to distract and weaken the United States, and also to move the attention away from Ukraine, right? Does that make sense? Because Russia is about to win the war in Ukraine, and if there's a war in Iran, then the United States will be forced to divert resources away from Ukraine into Iran, okay? What would Russia bring to the table? Russia would probably not deploy soldiers, okay? But what Russia would do is say to the United States, when you invade Iran, you are not allowed to use tactical nuclear weapons, okay? You understand? Russia would say that, hey, United States, if you use weapons, nuclear weapons against Iran, we will use nuclear weapons against you, okay? So basically, Russia would limit the military options of America in a war, which would be of tremendous benefit and advantage to Iran. Okay, does that make sense? China needs to help Iran. Why? What does Iran have that China really needs? What does Iran have that China really, really needs? It really needs this. The Chinese economy needs what? Oil, right? So basically, China can afford for the United States to take over both Iraq and Iran because then it can control the energy supply to China. Okay, does that make sense? So China would involve itself over time in order to make sure that it's able to obtain oil from the Middle East. China right now is getting most of its oil from the Middle East. Okay? But it will take time for Russia and China to get themselves involved. For Russia and China to get themselves involved in this conflict, Iran must prove two things. What are these two things? What must Iran show to China and Russia in order to get China and Russia involved in this conflict? If you're China and Russia, you're an investor, right? Why will I invest in you, Iran? Why? Exactly, okay? So the first thing is we will fight. Second thing is we will win, okay? So this will take time for Iran to prove this to Russia and China. And the more that Iran can show it can win, the more that China and Russia will invest in Iran, both financially and militarily and politically. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, so this will take time. And the third thing is win global opinion. So how will Iran win global opinion? What's happening right now that's helping Iran win global opinion, basically? What's happening in the world right now that is helping Iran win global opinion? Or why is the world becoming more supportive of Iran? What thing is happening right now that is outraging or angering the world? What's happening right now? What's Israel doing right now that is outraging the world? Yeah, Gaza, okay? So this is really important for Iran. It must maintain the world spotlight on Gaza, okay? Because what's happening in Gaza, it's basically genocide, right? where the Israelis are committed to solving the Palestinian problem once and for all. And that basically means removing the Palestinians from Gaza. They can go to Egypt, they can go to Jordan, it doesn't matter, okay? But the Israelis want them out of Gaza, okay? And so this will go on for many, many years. And as long as the attention is on Gaza, then people will become much more sympathetic towards Iran over time. Okay? If you've been following the news about America, there have been major protests at Yale and at Columbia and other universities about what's happening in Gaza, okay? All right. And the last is weaken the enemy. Okay, so what does this mean? It means that when the United States invades Iran, 2 years from now, 6 years from now, who knows? But when it does so, it wants to build a large coalition of forces, okay? Because then it gives itself legitimacy, right? So this coalition will consist of NATO, Middle East countries, right? And Israel, Saudi Arabia, many, many countries. And what Iran needs to do is create conflict and dissent in this coalition. Okay? And the way it does that is by building up internal dissent. Okay? Does that make sense? There are many people, most people in America do not support a war against Iran. And so Iran needs to encourage this internal dissent. Okay? It can also create conflict between NATO and the United States, okay? Because obviously America will want NATO involved in its invasion of Iran, but why would France and Germany want to involve itself, right? Okay, does that make sense? So these are the 4 major goals of Iran. And it must accomplish all 4 goals if it is to survive an invasion, okay? So from now on, everything that Iran does will be to accomplish all 4 goals, okay? And this is part of asymmetrical warfare. Does that make sense? All right. Now let's look at a concrete example. And the concrete example is Operation True Promise. Why did Iran design Operation True Promise the way it did? And the answer is to accomplish all 4 goals, right? The first is unite the population. And the idea here is Iran needed to show its population that Iran can strike back against Israel, okay? So that's the first thing. Build alliances. Striking Israel is showing its allies and to China and Russia that Iran is willing to fight, okay? Win global opinion. Now, what Iran said is, we designed the strike to not cause damage in Israel. And the reason why is it wants to win global opinion, right? If it throws all these missiles and rockets at Israel and it kills a lot of people, then there'll be a lot of people sympathetic towards Israel. So the attack was designed not to cause any casualties. Okay, does that make sense? All right? And if you are an observer, you think that what Iran did was right because it's a sense of fairness and justice, right? What Israel did was wrong. It attacked an embassy of Iran in Damascus. That is against international law. And Iran, to save face, to pursue justice, threw some rockets at Israel. Okay? So most people think that Iran's response showed restraint, and it was a measured response. Okay, does that make sense? Right? And the last thing is weaken the enemy. Why would this weaken the enemy? Well, because after Iran attacked Israel, Israel wanted to show a strong response, okay? The reason why is that Israel has a policy of disproportionality. So Israel is committed to disproportionality. So what does that mean? It means that If you kill one Israeli, they'll come and kill about 100 of you, 1,000 of you, okay? If you throw one rocket at them, they'll throw 1,000 rockets at you. And the idea here is deterrence, right? To make you afraid of Israel so you would not dare to think to attack Israel. Okay? So when Iran attacked Israel for the first time, by the way, this is the first time that Iran has attacked Israel, then Israel was committed to a disproportionate response. Who stopped Israel from a disproportionate response? Who? Yes, why? Why would the United States say, Israel, do not strike back disproportionately? Why would the United States do that?
They don't want a war with Iran.
Yeah, okay. So the United States cannot afford right now to fight another war. And also, if the United States were to fight a war, it would have to do so by itself, okay? NATO would not involve itself. The Middle Eastern countries like Saudi Arabia, UAE, Jordan would not involve themselves either, okay? So the United States had to restrain Israel, and so this is creating conflict between Israel and the United States, okay? So that's why, so in other words, from a military dominance perspective, Operation True Promise accomplished nothing, okay? Because you blew nothing up. But from an asymmetrical warfare perspective, you accomplish all your 4 major goals. And that's why the Iranians claim success. And you can make the argument that from a strategy perspective, it was a very successful operation. Okay? Does that make sense? All right. Any questions about this? Anything you want to clarify or you don't really understand? Does this make sense to you?
I just wonder, if China ever involved in this situation, will this impact our college life in the U.S.?
Okay, so Peter asked a great question, this war, how will it affect us? We're going to the United States for college, we're Chinese students. Okay, and the answer is this, okay? The answer is, in war, there's something called rules of engagement. And so before they have a war, all the major parties agree on what the rules are, okay? So for example, you look at the war in Ukraine. Now, the United States and NATO are openly supplying weapons and financing and intelligence to Ukraine, right? But from the Russian perspective, we allow that, okay? We will not allow NATO to send troops to fight with the Ukrainians, but we will allow NATO and the United States to provide weapons and financing. Okay, does that make sense? This is what we call the rules of engagement, the rules of war. Okay? So the same thing would happen if the United States were to invade Iran. Before the actual invasion, there would be an agreement among all major parties, which would include Iran, United States, Russia, China, Israel, about the rules of war. And so one important rule of war is you're not allowed to use tactical nuclear weapons, okay? Iran, you may have nuclear weapons, you're not allowed to use them. United States, you have nuclear weapons, Israel, you have nuclear weapons, but you are not allowed to use them in this war, okay? That would be the first agreement. Second agreement is that Russia and China are allowed to provide assistance in a very limited basis, okay? So China will probably provide weapons and material. But this will not impact the relationship between China and the United States, okay? And during this war, China will maintain a position of what we call strategic ambiguity. And all this is saying is that China is not going to say that we support Iran. Okay? Russia will not come out and say we support Iran. Never, before this war happens, Russia and China could, if they choose, sign a treaty with Iran saying that if anyone attacks you, we'll come to your aid, right? They will not sign this treaty. because they need to maintain strategic ambiguity. Okay? China and Russia do not want to be dragged into this war. Does that make sense? Okay? So my guess is that China will provide assistance to Iran, but on a very limited basis and on a basis that the United States can accept. Okay? That's the first thing. Second thing is, listen, I'm just making a prediction that this war will happen. I don't know if it's going to happen, okay? You understand? I'm just your high school teacher. I'm not making the decisions, okay? I'm just teaching you how to think about geopolitics. And third of all, when you're actually in the United States, you'll find that there's so much anger at Israel that no one really cares about Chinese students. Do you understand? I mean, like at that point, most Americans will be extremely anti-war. It'll be like the Vietnam War, where you have this massive protest and civil unrest because there were a lot of Americans who were against the war, and quite honestly, it was a pointless war. America accomplished nothing by fighting the war. Okay. So great question, Peter. Does that make sense to you? Okay. Any more questions?
Will the Israelis use any strategies since it's not an empire?
Okay, great question. Okay, so we talked about the idea of hubris, right? Empires have hubris. And so Israel is a small nation, about 8-9 million people, right? It's not the American empire. It's not the American empire. The problem is this. The problem is that if you look at the Middle East, the strongest military power in the Middle East is Israel by far. Okay? Israel does not actually need American protection. If the entire Middle East got together and attacked Israel, Israel would win because this happened twice before, right? In the Yom Kippur War and then the Six-Day War. So militarily speaking, Israel is powerful. And quite honestly, if the United States were to retreat from the Middle East, Israel would dominate. Okay? So even though it does not look like an empire, it's basically an empire. You understand? So therefore, it suffers from hubris. Okay? It's not going to be strategic and flexible and creative. It doesn't have to be, because it has military dominance over everyone. But that's a very good question. Okay? Just because Israel is small does not mean it is weak. It's very, very powerful. Okay? Any more questions?
So the American has power in the Middle East that actually constrain Israel.
Okay. The question is very interesting. So, is America constraining Israel? And you can make the argument both ways, okay? You can make the argument that American presence in Israel is preventing Israel from starting a regional war. Okay? But you can also make the argument that Israel right now is using America to pursue a lot of its geopolitical interests. Okay, so it's a very complicated question. Okay, but I think that I personally think that America is right now constraining Israel. Okay, because Israel needs American support, and that constrains the actions of Israel. But if America were not around, then it's possible that Israel unleashes the full might of its military. And its military is very, very powerful. Okay? All right? But if America were to lead the region, then I think Israel would become the dominant power in the region. But I think the same is true throughout the world. If America left Europe, who would become the dominant power? Germany, right? And if America left East Asia, who would become the dominant power? Japan, okay? Does that make sense? So I would say that the regional powers right now are Germany, Israel, and Japan. And it's American empire that's constraining all three right now. And if America were just like to go back home and isolate itself, then these three nations would rise to the top. Okay? Any more questions?
What will happen to America after it loses the war?
That's a great question, okay? So, first of all, listen, this is all theory and conjecture, right? America has not expressed any intent of invading Iran. And if America does invade Iran, then chances are it will win the war, okay? But an invasion of Iran, if it loses the war, it would basically mean the end of the American empire, okay? And the reason why is, if you look at why empires collapse, it's because of three reasons, okay? The first is the idea of extension, okay? Overextension. It's doing too many things at once, okay? It's fighting this war in Ukraine, it's fighting this war in Iran, it's fighting this war everywhere, basically, okay? The idea of overextension, that's the first reason. Second is the idea of debt. It basically just runs out of money, right? Because it's overextended. And this leads to the idea of civil unrest, okay? So the American empire is heading into a lot of trouble over the next 10 years because all three things are happening at once, right? Overextension, debt, and civil unrest. At the same time, the American empire is extremely wealthy and extremely powerful. So even though America loses the war, there's still no peer competitor to the United States. But all that means is that the world will divide into different regional blocks, okay? Where maybe Germany controls Europe, Japan controls East Asia, Israel controls the Middle East, okay? So more of a parallel world, okay? A multipolar world as opposed to a unipolar world where one nation controls everything. Okay? The decline of the American empire is going to take decades, possibly centuries. Okay? But we'll talk about this in future class. Okay? What will happen to America if it loses the war? Okay? Any more questions? Yeah?
I'm a little confused. Will Israel or America attack Iran first? Or they are basically the same thing?
Okay. So that's a good question. Okay. The ground invasion. What will provoke it? Okay. And that's something that I want to spend a future class on. Okay, but listen, we've done a lot of wars. Okay, and we know that America doesn't really need a reason to fight a war. Do you understand? It can just make up a reason. It doesn't care. So basically, the argument that I want to make is that if Trump wins the presidency, then it's most likely that he will start a war against Iran. Okay, that's what I think. I think it will be Trump who initiates the war, and I think that it will happen maybe 2 years from now.
But is there a possibility that Israel will just fight against America? Like, if they're like under constraint and they disagree with it, maybe?
So this is a very complicated question, okay? Like, what's the relationship between Israel and America? And the reason why it's complicated is that there's something called the Israel lobby. And again, we need to spend an entire class on the idea of the Israel lobby because it makes no sense, okay? It's really hard to understand by itself. So I'll spend an entire class on the Israel lobby, and then you understand why there's an alliance between Israel and America, okay? All right, but thank you, okay? Any more questions? So just to summarize, we will do a class on Jack's question. What will the war look like, and what will it mean for America if it loses the war? We'll also do a class on David's question, which is, what's the relationship between Israel and America? Okay. Any more questions?
We'll be talking about Japan.
We will, yes. We'll also be talking about the rise of Japan and Germany. Okay. All right. Any more questions? Okay, great. I'll see you next week, okay? Okay. let's start class. We're continuing the United States-Iran war. As I've said in the previous class, the United States will invade Iran. We don't know when. It might be 2 years from now. It might be 6 years from now. Okay? But eventually it will happen. And in today's class, I want to go over some of the reasons why the United States will invade Iran. And I believe that there'll be 3 major reasons, okay? The first major reason is the United States must defend its empire. Second major reason is that the United States will be pressured by its allies, mainly Saudi Arabia and Israel, into invading Iran. And the third reason is the Israel lobby, okay? So in today's class, I want to explain to you what the Israel lobby is. But first, I need you to understand what Christianity is, okay? So remember that Christianity, it's a religion about a man, Jesus, who we know very little about, okay? We think that he was born in 4 BCE, and then he died in 31 BC, CE, Common Era. We know that he is from a place called Galilee. We know that the Romans crucified him. And that's about it, okay? What his believers say is that he is God come to earth, and he was preaching a gospel or a message that God is returning. The kingdom of heaven is coming. And after he was crucified, he was resurrected, and then he went to heaven. And what's really important is that Jesus will eventually return. Okay? And this is called the second coming. Okay? This is the second coming of Jesus, and when he comes, he will bring heaven onto earth. And we will all live forever in peace. Okay, so that's the story of Jesus. Then the question then is, why this religion become so popular? So popular, in fact, that today about 2 billion people believe in it. Okay, it's the most popular, most powerful religion in the world. And at first, the appeal of Christianity is that it was a revolutionary religion that promised a better world to the world's oppressed. Okay? So if you look at the early people who followed Christianity, it was slaves, peasants, women, okay? People who were marginalized in society. And the idea of Jesus is that a better world is coming where everyone will be equal. Okay? The meek shall inherit the earth. So if you think about it, Christianity is appealing because what it is, it's a free lottery ticket. Okay, does that make sense? It's a lottery ticket. It costs you nothing, and hey, if it's right, then you go to heaven. Okay? So at first, Christianity was an extremely revolutionary religion. And its basic characteristics in the beginning were it was revolutionary, it was egalitarian, and it was anti-authority. And so these individuals who before were outcast from society, okay, like criminals, Jesus promised hope, salvation, and redemption, okay? So before, if you were a criminal, there was really no way for you to redeem yourself in society. And Jesus is the promise of your salvation and redemption, okay? And that's why it was so appealing to a lot of people. It became so popular that it became the official religion of the Roman Empire. Now, there's a problem, okay? Because remember, Christianity is a revolutionary, egalitarian, and anti-authority religion. And now, it's become an empire. So, they had to develop new theories to reinvent Christianity as an establishment religion. Okay? And as we discussed last semester, the person who did this was Augustine. Okay, Augustine. Remember that last semester we read City of God and Confessions. And City of God and Confessions, it's really to adapt Christianity as an establishment religion, to reduce its revolutionary nature. Okay? So is this all making sense to you? And one problem that Augustine had was the idea of a second coming, okay? That the world will end. He had a major problem with this idea for many reasons, okay? But the first reason is that, if the world's going to end, why do we have to do anything? Why can't we just drink and party and play video games every day, right? What's the point of working? That's the first problem, right? The second problem is, why is Jesus coming back? It's because the world sucks, right? Well, who's in charge of the world? The Catholic Church is in charge of the world. Do you understand? So Jesus is coming back to destroy the authority of the Catholic Church. That's not good. All right? So for many reasons, Augustine basically said, okay, second coming, don't worry about it. Okay? Jesus will come back whenever he wants to come back. But before he comes back, we, the Catholic Church, will take care of everyone. Okay? All right. So, why is this important? This is important because from Augustine onwards, we've had divergent understanding of what the second coming means, okay? For people who believe in the second coming, the term we use is premillennialism. Premillennials, okay? Because the second coming promised 1,000 years of peace. Okay, premillennialism is this, okay? Pre means before, right? So when Jesus comes back, he will give us 1,000 years of peace and prosperity. Okay, do you understand? Before he comes back, okay? When he comes back, he will give us 1,000 years of peace and prosperity. And what Augustine said is, no. That 1,000 years is just a metaphor. It's not actually going to happen. In fact, it's already happened because the Catholic Church is giving us this 1,000 years of peace and prosperity. Okay? So he's called a millennialist, which means no, okay? That 1,000 years is just a metaphor. It's not going to really happen, okay? So that's the second big idea. Now, as we know, because all power became concentrated in the Catholic Church, there's a rebellion against the Catholic Church called the Reformation. Okay? The Reformation. And the idea of the Reformation is God did not mean for his authority to be established in the church, to be held by priests. God is meant to speak to all of us through the Bible. Okay, so what the major difference between the Catholic religion and the Protestant religion is Catholics are not allowed to read the Bible. They don't read the Bible. Whereas Protestants must read the Bible. They must seek meaning and guidance from their interpretation of the Bible. Okay? And because of the Reformation, you now have thousands, tens of thousands of different religions spawning up, okay? Does that make sense? All right? So you have different religions and you have different descent. So let's look at England, okay? England. So England, there's a king, and before the Catholic Church was supposed to have authority over the king. And of course, the king did not like that, so he supported the Reformation, and he changed the Catholic Church into something called the Anglican Church, okay? Or the Church of England, which he would have authority over. But once the Reformation started, again, you are now allowed to read the Bible. And because of that, you have thousands of new religions coming up in England, okay? And they believe different things, but one thing that they all believed in is the Bible is the supreme authority. Okay? The Bible is the supreme authority, not the king. Right? So this started a major conflict between these groups and the king. And these people are called dissenters. And eventually this led to something called the English Civil War, where the dissenters, the Puritans, killed the king. Okay? But then the king was reestablished. And so this led to decades and decades of fighting in England. So one way that the king tried to resolve this conflict is by sending all these dissenters to America. Okay? To America. And the idea is this. These dissenters believe that the Bible is a supreme authority. The Bible asks us to do certain things, okay? Because it's written in the Bible. For example, you're not allowed to drink. You're not allowed to dance. You're not allowed to have any fun. You must focus on your own spiritual improvement. Okay? You're not allowed to have slaves. And so, because they believe these things, they were constantly in conflict with the establishment, okay? With people in power. And so the king was like, guys, if you really believe in these things, go to America. Why? Because there's nobody in America. So you can build your own kingdom of heaven. Do you understand? Okay? So this is the origin of the United States. The United States was founded as a Christian nation, which put the Bible as the supreme authority. Okay? Does that make sense? You guys probably don't know this about the United States. You think the United States, it's a non-religious, secular, multicultural nation that believes in science, right? That's what it looks like from the outside. But inside its soul, its history, it is a Christian nation dedicated to achieving the kingdom of God on earth. Okay? And using the Bible as the supreme authority and guide to achieve this kingdom on earth. Okay? Does that make sense? All right. So, these people in America and these dissenters, okay? One question that they always ask themselves is, why isn't Jesus back yet, okay? The second coming. Why isn't the second coming back yet? And different people have different explanations, okay? And so from this group come two more groups, okay? You have some people who are called the post-millennials. Okay? And post-millennials believe that Jesus will come back after we establish 1,000 years of the Christian church in the world. Okay? Does that make sense? So we have to prove that we are worthy of God. God's not going to come back and establish this for us. We have to do it ourselves. Okay? So these are people called post, which is say that Jesus will come after the 1,000 years. But then you have another group called dispensationalists. I don't even know how to spell this word, actually. Okay, anyway, dispensation is historic, okay? All right, so now the premillennialists are split into two other groups. So the historic premillennialists are people who believe what the early Christians believed, which is that Jesus is going to come back. Don't worry when he's coming back. Just be a good person, and he'll come back eventually, okay? It's not up to us to ask when he's coming back. He's God, okay? He has a plan. He knows what he's doing. Just be patient, guys, okay? That's the historic premillennials. And then you have another group called the dispensationalists premillennialists, okay? And what they believe is something different. They believe that, in the Bible, if you read the Bible very, very closely, it tells you how and why Jesus will return. Okay? What the Bible says is that there must be a nation called Israel, okay? And Israel is a nation of Jews. And then Israel has something called the temple, because that's where God resides, okay? It must have the temple. And then what will happen, according to the Bible, is that the Antichrist, okay, or Satan, lives. Okay. Then there will be an Antichrist, okay, Satan, who will be the great deceiver. He'll pretend to be God. He'll pretend to be Messiah, but he's really Satan. Okay. And then he will launch a war when all the nations of the world will try to attack Israel. And at this point, Jesus will come back and he will destroy the Antichrist. He will save Israel, and he will usher in 1,000 years of peace. Before, and then 1,000 years later, you'll have the last judgment, where God will judge us to be either worthy or not worthy. If we are worthy, we'll live on forever. If we're not worthy, then we'll burn in hell forever, okay? Okay. So there are different variations of this prophecy, with what they believe, okay? So in other words, the historic premillennialists, what they believe about the coming of Jesus is it's a promise, okay? Jesus promises to return. He's God. He will keep his promise. He's probably very busy right now with other things, so don't worry about it, guys, okay? Let's just be patient and trust in Jesus. Okay? That's what they believe. But the dispensationalists, premillennialists, believe that the prophecy, it's a plan. Okay? It's something that we must achieve to bring Jesus back. And if we do what the Bible tells us to do, which is to say, to have Israel as a nation run by the Jews, to have the temple, and then to face the Antichrist, then Jesus will return. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay. Now, so these are the 4 different views of the end times. Okay? You have the historic premillennialists who believe that Jesus has promised to return. Let's just wait, guys. Don't worry about it. You have the dispensationalists, premillennialists, who believe that we have to work hard to bring Jesus back, okay? And then you have the amillennialists who are like, no, the 1,000 years, it's just a metaphor. It's not going to happen. Don't worry about it, guys, okay? And then you have the post-millennialists who believe that it's up to us to establish a good world. Jesus is not going to do it for us. If we do this, then Jesus will return, okay? And so, but remember, guys, okay, this is a very simple version of the 4 different beliefs. Even within each belief, there are variations, okay? Because again, there are 2 billion people who believe in Christianity, and they all believe something different, okay? Does that make sense? All right, are we clear about the 4 different ideas? Any questions? Okay, so so you don't actually have to remember this, okay? But all I'm trying to show you is that even within Christianity, there's a debate, okay? But there's a concern, an obsession as to when Jesus will return and how he will return. Okay, does that make sense? All right. So, this is important. Now, most Christians don't believe in dispensationalist premillennialism, okay? In fact, most Christians believe that dispensationalist premillennialism is actually pretty evil. Why? Why would it be evil? We cannot believe in dispensationalist premillennialism because it's evil. Why? As a Christian, why would you think this is evil?
Israel, they need this place.
What's a problem with believing that there's a plan in the Bible? Why would that be anti-Christian? Okay, so this is hard, okay? But the idea is that with this plan, you're trying to manipulate God. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, you're trying to force God to return, and you shouldn't do that. If you believe in God, then you will trust God, and you will try your best to be a good person, which is what the Bible asks you to do. And when God returns, it's none of your business, okay? It's not our concern. So the dispensationalist premillennialists are an extremely controversial minority within Christianity, okay? Most Christians don't actually believe this. And they find that a lot of these beliefs to be evil. And maybe even blasphemous, okay? You're insulting God with this sort of thinking. Okay. The problem is that of all these groups, the dispensationalist premillennialists, are the most organized, and they're the most fanatical. They really believe that this is true, okay? And we know that throughout history, those who achieve their objectives are people who tend to be the most united and who are the most fanatical in achieving their objective, okay? That's the first point. Second point is that this sort of belief thrives in a time of massive uncertainty and inequality, like the time that we are living in today, okay? Where inequality is growing, where there's more instability and uncertainty. So in other words, there are more and more people who believe in dispensationalist premillennialism. Okay, does that make sense? Okay. All right. So why this is important is that dispensationalist premillennialists, as Christians, have done a lot to cause conflict in the Middle East. Okay? So they're the ones who are actively encouraging conflict between the Palestinians and the Israelis. They're the ones who want Israel and Iran to go to war. Why? Why are they actively encouraging conflict between the Palestinians and the Israelis? Why are they encouraging a war between Iran and Israel? Why would they want a war between Iran and Israel?
They want Israel back.
Well, Israel is already back. Why? Because it's part of the prophecy. Do you understand? It's part of the prophecy. The prophecy is that Israel must first be reconstituted as a nation. Okay, this happened in 1948. And then Israel must go to war with other nations. Okay, does that make sense? So these Christians are actually promoting war between Israel and its neighbors. Okay? Does that make sense? All right. Okay. So now the other thing is that after the Reformation, okay, they developed a new theology called Christian Zionism. Christian Zionism, okay? What is Christian Zionism? Christian Zionism is the belief that as a Christian, you must support Jews in the return to Israel. Okay? So because remember that Israel as a nation was only founded in 1948. And then basically in about 70 BCE, the Romans burned down the temple, okay? So for about almost 2,000 years, really, the Jewish people have not lived in, sorry, the Jews were not in control of Israel, okay, for about 2,000 years. And there are Christians who believe that it is our responsibility, it is our duty to help Jews take control over Israel, okay? And they believe this for many different reasons. So Christian Zionists, some may believe that that's what the Bible says. God promised Israel to the Jews, okay? So Christian Zionism intersects with dispensationalist premillennialism. Okay? There are Christian Zionists who believe that, okay, for Jesus' return, we need Israel back, and we need Israel to be in conflict with the Middle East, okay? So in other words,
Is there a specific country you want them to have conflict with?
the Middle East, okay?
There's neighbor countries.
Yeah, all of them, okay? So, so Christian Zionism, I mean, you can make the argument that it's a pretty evil idea. Why? Because they're using the Jewish people as a tool, as a mechanism in order to achieve what they believe, which is the return of Jesus. Okay, does that make sense? Because Christianity believes that if Jesus returns, then all Jews, then Judaism as a religion will cease to exist. 2/3 of all Jews will die in the battle, and the rest, a third, will immediately convert to Christianity. Okay? So you can make the argument that Christian Zionism, it's a pretty cynical and a pretty evil idea. Okay? And then from Christian Zionism, we have the idea of Zionism. Okay? And Zionism is the belief among certain Jews that two things, okay? One is that the Jews are the chosen people of God and that Israel is the promised land. And therefore, Jews must return to Israel. Okay, does that make sense? Okay? But what's important is before Christian Zionism came along, Zionism was not, Jews didn't really think this, okay? So it was the Christians who supported this idea of Zionism. And even when this idea came about, which was about 200 years ago, it was an extremely unpopular religion, a very extremely unpopular idea. And the reason why is Jews didn't think they were a race of people. They felt they were a religion. Okay? They felt that, okay, I'm in Iraq. Well, guess what? I'm an Iraqi like everyone else. I may have a different belief, but I'm still Iraqi, okay? They didn't put their religion above their nationality or their race, okay? Do you understand? And Zionism is like, no, being a Jewish person is a race, and therefore you must return to Israel. Okay? The problem with all this is that in Israel, Palestine, it was mainly Arab people. Okay? So there were very few Jewish people. And in fact, Zionism couldn't convince anyone to come to Palestine, okay? But then, of course, the Holocaust happened. And after the Holocaust, many Jews started to go to Israel, and in 1948, they established the state of Israel, okay? And the Christian Zionists and the dispensationalist premillennialists were very happy with the establishment of Israel because they feel that we've achieved the first step in this plan to bring Jesus back, okay? Okay, does that make sense? Okay? So, to summarize, the main message is this, okay? Here's what you need to know. First is that there are many Christians who believe that Israel and the Jews must be used as a tool to bring Jesus back, okay? That's the first thing. Second thing is that America was founded as a Christian nation. Therefore, its soul is Christian. Its first leaders were Christians who believed in Christian Zionism. Their descendants now control the military and the foreign policy apparatus of America. Okay, that's the second thing, okay? And the third thing is that Israel, as a nation, thinks that it can use Christian Zionism in order to advance its geopolitical interests, which is to basically gain control over the Middle East. Okay, do you understand? And that's what's driving the conflict between Israel and Iran. Does that make sense? Okay? What's driving the conflict between Israel and Iran is America believes it has a religious responsibility to protect Israel against Iran. In fact, if there's a war between Iran and Israel, that's a good thing because it's going to drive this prophecy and the return of Jesus, okay? And then people in Israel are like, you know what? If we go to war with Iran, America is going to fight for us. So why not?
Yeah, that's pretty cheap.
Right? We don't have to fight this war. America's going to do it for us. So why not fight this war? We lose nothing. We gain everything from this war. Okay? So the idea is that all this is driven by a religious worldview, understanding the world. Okay? And over time, this worldview will only become more popular in America. Okay? Does that make sense? All right. Okay, good. Any questions about this? Anything that's not clear about what I just explained? Do you mean to clarify anything?
So why like Jewish they don't like believe like they put their nationality first instead of like believe the religion?
Okay. I don't really understand the question. Can you repeat the question?
I mean, like you said, like the Jewish, like they don't put like their race or their religion above their nationality. So why? But I think the Christians they believe in the religion more.
Right. So, okay. So both Judaism and Christianity are religions. Okay. There's no race. There's no race to the idea of Christianity, right? You can be Chinese and Christian. You can be American and Christian. It doesn't matter. Right? And that's what the Jewish people say as well. I can be Chinese and Jewish. I can be American and Jewish. Because being Jewish is a religion. But the idea of Zionism is that being Jewish person is a race. In fact, you are directly descended from the Hebrews in the Bible, which is complete nonsense. This is not true, okay?
Is this like is this idea still not popular or it's becoming more popular?
Zionism is the main political belief of Israel, right? Why does Israel exist? Because Israel is the promised land that God gave to his chosen people. Okay? And this was a promise that dates back at least 3,000 years to the time of Abraham. And it's written in the Bible. Therefore, it must be true. Okay? Does that make sense? All right. Any other questions? Okay, that's a great question, okay? All right. So I'm making the argument that Christian Zionism and dispensationalist premillennialism will over time become more popular religions in America. Okay, and the question, and Charles asked, like, well, why? Okay, let's go back to the founding of Christianity. Why did Christianity become so popular? It became popular because it was in the Roman Empire, okay? At that time, there's something called the Pax Romana, which meant the Roman peace. Okay? Which meant that the Romans controlled everything, therefore there were no wars, therefore people were at peace, right? And you think that's a good thing, right? The problem is that if there's peace, then you have massive inequality. Okay? Because war is a mechanism back then of social mobility. Right? War killed people. And if war kills people, that creates opportunities for the people who are alive. But if there's no war, then what happens is, if I'm a rich person, guess what, guys? I become more rich. If you're poor, what happens? You become more poor. Okay? So as a poor person, what do you think? You think that life is hopeless. Life is pointless. There's no future. There's no hope, right? And so Jesus comes along and says, listen, if you believe in me, then I will bring the kingdom of heaven onto earth, and I will destroy inequality. Everyone will be the same, okay? So again, back then it was a free lottery ticket. Today, we live in something called the Pax Americana. And the Pax Americana, same thing where for the past 70 years, there's been peace around the world, right? Very few people have died. But all that means really is that inequality has increased. Fewer and fewer people have money, okay? Guys, billionaires make no sense. Do you understand? Why should a few people have all the money? That makes no sense. Because money is meant as a mechanism of exchange and transaction, right? You use money, you should spend your money. If it's all in the bank, what's the point of that? Okay? So having billionaires is a bad thing. And if you go to America, you'll find that there are many young people who feel that like life is pointless. Okay? So they're looking for alternatives. You understand? And this idea of dispensationalist premillennialism, which is like what's happening right now in Israel will lead to a better world, that's kind of attractive to you. You understand? Right?
To these people who think life is meaningless.
Why do they feel life is meaningless?
Well, because you're poor and you're stuck being poor. Guys, imagine you are a delivery person in China, in Beijing, okay? You're like a Kuai Yuan, right? What hope do you have for the future? Your life is pointless and hopeless. No one's going to marry you. Even if someone marries you, you can't have children because you can't afford to have your children go to school. You can't buy a house. You can't afford anything. You're stuck being a delivery person for the rest of your life. Do you understand? Do you know how many delivery people there are in China? Millions and millions, okay? So you have millions and millions of young men who have no hope in the future. Right? Yes, because Jesus is coming and he's going to destroy the world we live in.
We're all going to live in harmony. I don't have to deliver food.
So it's also a free lottery ticket.
That's exactly right. Christianity is a free lottery ticket. It costs you nothing. And if you win big. Okay?
Hey, that sounds kind of tempting.
That actually sounds kind of tempting. Right? What does it cost you? It costs you nothing, right? Okay. Do you understand? That's why it will become more popular over time.
But it will drive you to do some things.
Excuse me?
Like, if you become more and more believe in this idea, you might want to have to do something for that.
Right. So what you do is you support America, you support Israel, you support the war against Iran. You want more conflict in the Middle East because the conflict in the Middle East will drive the prophecy, right? Do you understand? That's what you want. You want more war.
That's against the idea of peace.
What good does peace do you? Right? Peace just means like tomorrow you'll still be poor and hopeless. Right? But war, it's an opportunity for a new world.
So it's making people more and more extreme.
Exactly. Right? So all this inequality is making people much more extreme and desperate. Right? Which will lead more people to believe in dispensationalist premillennialism. Okay?
But does the government want like this instability?
The government, of course, does not want any instability. But what can the government do about it?
I don't like they provide like social welfare to poor people.
You're absolutely right. Okay, so the government could provide social welfare to poor people, but where would the money come from?
The rich, the tax.
Right. You understand?
Oh.
Okay.
Fine.
Okay. Who's more dangerous to you? A few rich people or millions of poor people?
Poor people.
No.
But they're alive.
No. A few rich people are much more dangerous than millions of poor people. Do you understand?
But if millions of poor people united, they can.
That's right. United, right? Poor people don't know how to unite.
So this is a opportunity for them to unite.
That's right.
Oh. Okay.
That's logical.
Yeah, that sounds fair.
Okay.
So this gives them a reason to fight those rich people.
Yeah, but
But they don't actually fight the rich people. They fight for something that's pretty much away from them. It's like a thing that might never come true.
right. Okay. Okay. So does this make sense? Okay. All right. So this is the so I mean it's hard because this is religion. Okay, and we're not religious. I'm not religious. You're not religious. So we don't really understand how religious people think. Okay. But remember that on this planet Earth, most people are religious, and they take their religion very, very seriously. Okay. Do you understand? They're willing to die for the religion because they think that if I die from a religion, I'll go to heaven.
Why heaven so attractive?
Excuse me?
I mean, why heaven is so attractive?
Okay. All right. So
More attractive compared to their current life.
that's exactly right. Do you understand? Okay. All right. Because you're not giving people any hope, and religion gives people hope.
That's a question. Isn't those poor people doing this to support the war between Israel and Iran as a way for the rich people to use it to make them more reasonable in the attack, and they can draw money from that. So it's like those rich people are using those poor people's belief to support their war.
Listen, in the real world, the poor will always lose, the rich will always win, no matter what happens.
But the poor doesn't realize this yet.
That's right. That's why they're poor.
Okay.
Okay. So in this class this semester, I'm making three big predictions, right? First is that Trump will win in November. Second is that the United States will go to war against Iran. And the third big prediction is that the United States will lose this war, which will forever change the global order. So last class, we looked at one reason why the United States would invade Iran, which is the Israel lobby. And in today's class, we'll look at another reason, which is the defense of empire. America is an empire, and it must defend its imperial status. So let's examine what an empire means for America. So from 1950 to 1980, America's economy was mainly focused on manufacturing, factories, okay? So manufacturing as a share of GDP was 40%. It made 40% of profits, okay? And it employed 30% of the workforce. So during World War II, America had a lot of factories to produce weapons. And after World War II, these factories produced consumer goods, cars, electronics, to sell to the world. And this made the American workers the wealthiest and most well-educated middle class ever in human history. If you were a factory worker from 1950 to 1980, you had a really good life. You worked 40 hours a week. You had health insurance. You could buy your own house. Your wife didn't have to work. You could have 3 to 4 kids. You could have 2 cars. Every year, you could go on vacation to some place nice. You could eat out once a week. And then you retired and had a very good pension. So it was really the best life. And so workers from 1950 to 1980 in America were really the luckiest people on the planet. You were better off actually being born into the middle class in America than you were being born rich in Africa or Asia or South America, okay? But then after 1980, was something called the Reagan Revolution and the introduction of what we call neoliberalism. And remember that we studied neoliberalism before. Neoliberalism is an economic philosophy that believes in the primacy of free markets and deregulation. So after that, we now live in today what we call a financial economy. Okay? The economy has been financialized. And so what does that mean? It means that right now, financial services okay, account for 22% of all GDP in America. Manufacturing has gone down to 10%. So it went down from a high of 40% to now a low of 10%. Financial services is now twice as much as manufacturing. Financial services bring in 40% of all profits. And financial services employs 5% of the total American workforce. Okay? Now, let me explain what these numbers mean. What you're seeing behind these numbers is a radical shift, overhaul, transition in American society. Okay? Let's just look at politics. Politics, governance. From this period, 1950, 1980, American workers had a lot of political power, right? Because they were middle class, they were confident, they participated in politics for unions, okay? Today, most of this power has shifted to the financial services, which basically means Wall Street. And working for Wall Street are what we called the professional managerial elite. Okay, so these are people who live on the coast, San Francisco, New York, Washington, D.C., Boston, they went to elite schools, okay, the Ivy League, and they're multicultural, and right now they're the most powerful political group in America. And this has led to massive political divisions within the country, okay? So it's the first major consequence. Before, it was workers who had a large say over American politics. And now it is Wall Street, the financial sector, and the coastal professional management elite. And so government shapes policies that favors this multicultural elite, financial elite, at the expense of workers, okay? So that's the first major shift. But then you look at education. And so what I mean by that is that, if you went to a good school, a good university in the 1950s and 1960s, your ambition was to become a professor, right? Or maybe a scientist, or maybe an entrepreneur, or a corporate executive, okay? Nowadays, most people who graduate from these top schools all want to go where? Wall Street, and that's it, okay? Why? Because you make more money on Wall Street than anywhere else. Okay? So you're talking about these PhDs in statistics and artificial intelligence who should be working for IBM, developing the latest technology, right? Instead, they're on Wall Street working for a hedge fund, gambling with other people's money. Okay, so basically the economy has gone from one that is productive or creative to one that is entirely speculative. Okay? So remember that the financial services, all it does is take people's money and gamble with it or invest in it to make more money. Okay? It's not actually productive. All it is speculative. Okay? And the smartest people in America, the most well-educated, are all focused on this sector. Okay? And then you look at the economy. And what has clearly changed is that the economy in America has become much more unstable. So in 2001, there was the internet crash, right? The dot-com crash. In 2008, there was the financial crisis, right? The subprime crash. And then after that, you have these banks going bankrupt, okay? I think like this past week, 3 banks went bankrupt in America. This should not be happening. And the reason why this is happening are all these bubbles, okay? So in other words, all assets right now in America are overpriced, okay? Housing, stock market, and people are gambling that these asset prices will only go higher, which creates bubbles. And when these bubbles burst, you have volatility and instability and uncertainty, okay? So this is bad for the economy. And then you have things like inequality, right? So if you look at profits, if you look at wealth generation, the top 1% make much more money than everyone else. And this inequality is only increasing. Okay? So in other words, the financialization of the American economy has been really bad for America. And you can make the argument that it's actually destroying the fabric of American society. Okay? It's making politics much more divisive. It's making the economy much more volatile. The smartest people are engaged in speculative activities. Young people don't want to work. They just want to buy Bitcoin. And you can also make the argument that you're creating a rentier economy. Okay? And the rentier economy just means that if you are young, you can never afford to buy a house. You can only rent, which means that you yourself can never go from You have no more social mobility, okay? So this overall is really bad for America. Now the question then is, how did America get to this point? How did it transition from a manufacturing economy to a financial economy? And there are different theories out there, okay? There are some economists who say that this is just late-stage capitalism, okay? This is the natural evolution of capitalism. There are some who argue that it is the neoliberalism or the Reagan Revolution that caused this. Okay, when you cut back the role of government, when you emphasize free markets, then you have this situation, the over-financialization of the economy, okay? What I want to show you today is that the real reason is the transition to empire, okay? There's a really simple explanation for why this is happening, and the reason is that after the end of the Cold War, 1991, America became a global empire. It could now set the rules of the game, and it set the rules of the game so that it would always win. And then all money flowed to America, which created all these asset bubbles. Okay? So that's the argument I'm making to you today, okay? So, are we clear about what's happening? Any questions so far? Okay, now I want to explain to you how America became an empire. In fact, the most powerful empire in human history, because even though Rome was powerful, it didn't really control the world. Whereas America, the American empire today, controls the entire world, okay? And so, to understand how America became an empire, you have to go back to the founding of America. Okay, so in 1776, America declared independence from Britain. And at that time, they had something called the Declaration of Independence. And the Declaration of Independence, if you read the document, it's very clear. It's what the founding fathers of America said is that we are founding a new society in America based on God. Okay? Now, the founding fathers were Christians, but they were a special type of Christians who believed in the idea of deism. And deism is the idea that, yes, there is a God, and God did create everything, but God is not interested in managing human affairs. God leaves us alone, which means that we as humans are empowered to create the world we want to create. Okay? And the founding fathers wanted to create a new society based on the idea of God. Okay? And what they believed is that God gave human beings 3 fundamental rights that all governments must respect. Okay? And so the famous phrase is, do you guys know the famous phrase? Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Okay? That is the mission, the purpose of America, to ensure that every American would have life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And that's really the goal, the role of government. Life, to make you safe, okay? To provide security against enemies. Liberty, the right to say whatever you believe, the right to believe whatever you believe, okay? So the tolerance of all creeds, religions. Now last is the pursuit of happiness. What does pursuit of happiness mean? You guys know? So Thomas Jefferson wrote the Declaration of Independence, and when he wrote the pursuit of happiness, he had a very specific idea in mind. What does the pursuit of happiness mean?
People in America can achieve what they want to achieve.
Which is what? Okay, so wealth, okay? So in America, your fundamental right, the fundamental purpose of your life is to make as much money as you can, to amass as much wealth as you can. Okay? And the idea here is that in this society, in this new societies, this new experiment called America, if we allow everyone to pursue the creation of wealth, then America will become powerful. Okay? That's the idea. And it turned out that this idea was absolutely correct. Okay? In a very short amount of time, America industrialized very rapidly, and at the end of World War II, America became the most powerful country in the world. Okay? After World War II, it decided that it can now export its philosophy to the rest of the world. So in 1944, there's something called the Bretton Woods Conference. Okay? And so in 1944, everyone knew that Nazi Germany would be defeated, okay, and Japan would be defeated, which would make America the most powerful, the richest nation on the planet, okay? Now, the Soviet Union was a competitor, but they didn't really matter, okay? They had their own sphere of influence. So America got together with its allies in Europe, and they decided what the new global financial system would look like. And the idea was that with Bretton Woods, they decided that the US dollar would become the global reserve currency, which basically meant that you could buy anything with the US dollar. Now, there are some people at Bretton Woods, some economists, who were afraid that this would cause problems, right? If you have a government which was in control of the global reserve currency, that would basically make the government God, right? If they could just print as much money as they wanted, they could become like Midas. If they touch something, it would become gold, okay? So some people thought it was dangerous. And so the compromise is that the US dollar had to be backed by gold, okay, the gold standard. In other words, the US dollar was basically like a receipt for gold. If you had $1 million, okay, you could go to any American bank and get $1 million worth of gold for it. Okay, does that make sense? So that's what we call the gold standard. And for the longest, and so that led, this Bretton Woods system led to tremendous prosperity in America and in Europe and in Japan, okay? Then, in 1971, Richard Nixon did something really radical. He basically said, we America, we're going to go off the gold standard, okay? Remember that America had spent too much money on the space race, on Vietnam, on domestic expenses, okay? So they needed to transition out of the gold standard. But if you transition out of the gold standard, then how do you ensure the US dollar is worth something? How do you ensure the intricate worth of the US dollar? So they transition from the gold standard to what? Do you guys know? Oil, okay, do you understand? And this is what we call the petrodollar. And the idea here is that, look, every economy needs oil to run, right? You need oil as the basis of your economy. And so after America went off the gold standard, these countries in the Middle East, mainly Saudi Arabia, but other countries as well, agreed that you could buy oil using US dollars. So the idea is, okay, before, if you had $1 million US dollars, you could convert that to gold, okay? And now you can convert it to oil. And this is what we call the petrodollar. And this is really the basis for the value of the US dollar today, okay? So then what happened is that in 1991, the Soviet Union fell, and now America was in charge of the entire global economy, basically, okay? And so America at that time said to everyone, listen, let's focus on trade, because trade will make everyone rich, Okay, so let me explain the theory of this, okay? So America basically wanted everyone to trade. And the idea of trade, okay, this is like Russia, China, okay, South America. And the idea of trade is that each country would focus on its competitive advantage. What are you good at? And then you would sell this competitive advantage to other countries for what they're good at, okay? And the theory here is that if you do it this way, then all countries will become rich. Okay? So let me explain why. All right, so let's look at US and China, okay? So what China's really good at is cheap labor. The United States, what the United States is really good at is technology, right? Okay, so the idea is that the United States and China trade, right? So China makes all these cheap goods for American consumers. But unfortunately, Chinese consumers don't have enough purchasing power to buy American technology, right? Okay? So what happens is that America gives China US dollars instead, okay? Trillions and trillions of US dollars. Now, in theory, what's supposed to happen is this money trickles down to the average Chinese so that the average Chinese worker, his wages go up, right? And when his wages go up, what he can do now is buy US products like iPhones. And so over time, trade evens out, okay? Does that make sense? That's the theory, okay? That's the first theory. The second theory is how capital moves, okay? And the idea here is that capital is going to go to places which allows it to grow the most, okay? And so the idea is that when you have a globalized world, then what happens is capital from the United States moves to China, right? Because if you invest in China, your capital grows the most. You can buy $1 million house in the United States, or you can buy 10 houses for the same money in China. So you're better off buying houses in China, right? Okay. So these are the two theories. One is that trade will make everyone rich. And second is that capital will move from rich countries to poor countries, okay? And when you actually go to university and you study economics, like Jack will, then you actually have to learn these theories. But in reality, these two theories aren't true, okay? Why not? Why are these two theories true? So the first theory is that if two countries trade, over time, wealth trickles down to everyone in that country, which makes everyone richer. Okay? Is that true for China? No, it's not, okay? Workers' wages have not gone up for the past 30, 40 years. Why? Because of the idea of elite capture. Elite capture. So all the money is captured by an elite group of people. But when that happens, okay, they can't spend it. They can't buy US goods, right? So the only thing they can do is invest it, right? Now, according to this theory, they should invest it back in China because if you investment in China should allow for more growth than investment anywhere else, okay? But in reality, where do they put their money? In the United States. And why would they do that? Why? Exactly, okay? You don't put your money where you make the most money. You put your money where it's the most safe, okay? That's why we have banks. So because the United States controls the US dollar, and because people's wealth is expressed in US dollars, it makes the most sense to put your money in the United States, okay? And this is not just true for China, it's true for most countries in the world. And that's why, starting in the 90s, you have all this wealth amassing in the United States, okay? Does that make sense? So everything in the United States became overpriced. Everything became a speculative bubble. Okay, so let me give you an example. Let's look at equities, okay, stock market. Stocks. In the year 1900, okay, in the year 1900, if you look at all the world's stock markets, the largest was the UK, okay, because obviously the UK is the most powerful country in the world, was the most powerful country at that time. At that time, the UK was the most powerful country. Okay, so in its stock market, as a percentage of the entire global stock market, was about 25%, okay? 24 to 25%. The United States was second at 14.5%. Then you had Germany, about 13%, France at 11%, okay? So that was the situation of wealth in the year 1900. And this makes sense, right? These four countries are industrially extremely powerful. Today, okay, the year 2024, the United States has 60% of all the world's stock wealth. Okay? Who's second? Can you guys guess? Who'd be second? Japan, okay? And what is the percentage of global stock wealth? Can you guys guess a number? The United States has 66%, 60%. How much does Japan have? Can you guess a number? 10% is a good guess, right? It's actually 6%. Okay? Do you see the disparity? Number one is 60%. Japan, number two, is 6%. It's huge disparity. How much is China? The world's second largest economy. 3%, okay? Do you understand? Right? So all this wealth that's being generated around the world, it can only end up one place. Okay? The United States. All right? So you have, and that's what's pushed the financialization of the US economy. Okay? Because this wealth goes to the United States, and someone has to manage this wealth. And this is the financial services sector, okay? So people on Wall Street, and this is very important, people on Wall Street, they make their money based on how they manage this wealth, not on whether or not they make money out of this money. Do you understand? They charge a management fee, okay? So in other words, they're not actually incentivized to be conservative and make sure that this money grows. What they're incentivized to do is design riskier and riskier assets and investment opportunities to attract more investment, because then they can take a management fee, a cut. Okay, does that make sense? And that's what's led to so much financial overspeculation over the past 20 years in America. And one of America's biggest problems is the growing national debt, okay? So the government is paying for a lot of government services just by putting money, okay? So right now, the US national debt is about $34 trillion, okay? And this $34 trillion debt, half of it is owned by foreigners, okay? So Japan has about $1 trillion, China has about $800 billion. So they buy U.S. treasuries, okay? So America owes Japan $1 trillion. America owes China $800 billion. And then half of it, the government owes to its people. So the two largest expenses are the military and the pension system, okay? So $34 trillion is a lot of money because the U.S. GDP is about $100 trillion. So the total debt is about a third of America's GDP. And this debt has interest, right? So this debt is growing about 1 to 2 trillion every 2 to 3 months, okay? And all this is saying, okay, these numbers, all they're telling us is there's absolutely no way that America can pay all this debt, okay? So then the question then is, if you're China and you're Japan, why do you have all this debt knowing that America can never pay you back? Or America will at some point default on this debt? Why? Why does Japan and China and other countries have all this debt, U.S. treasuries, knowing that America can never really pay back all this debt? Why? Okay, so there are many reasons, okay? The first reason is that, in theory, Japan and China can always take this debt and buy oil with it, okay? So this is, again, the petrodollar. Second reason is that even though America is in debt, it's still an empire. It's still the greatest military power in the world. So at some point, you feel that the money is safe there, okay? Does that make sense? Because no one can actually challenge America militarily. And the third reason, and this is the most important reason, is there's no place for you to go. You understand? What else? Where else can you put your money? Nowhere, okay? So that's the issue right now. And so in theory, because China and Japan can buy oil with it, and because there's really no place for China and Japan to put this money, in theory, this system can go on forever, okay? So it's possible that maybe in 10 years' time, the debt will be 340 trillion, okay? Who knows, okay? So in theory, this could go on forever, right? Because America's an empire. But then, what happened 2-3 years ago is Russia invaded Ukraine, okay? Russia invaded Ukraine. And why this is important is that this is basically Russia challenging the dominance of the American empire. Okay? What Putin is really saying to the United States is, I think your empire is full of lies. Your empire is based on nothing. Your empire is based on the perception that you are invincible in war. Well, I'm going to invade Ukraine and prove everyone wrong, okay? I'm going to show that you, America, are in fact a paper tiger. Okay? And so, if Putin succeeds in his war in Ukraine, then the fundamental understanding of how the world works, that America is an empire, that America is invincible, that the US dollar is safe, will radically change. Okay? It will be destroyed, it will be undermined, it will be subverted. Okay? Does that make sense? So that's why America needs to stop Russia in Ukraine. Okay? Can it stop Russia? Can it stop Russia in Ukraine? How's the war going for America in Ukraine? Pretty badly, okay? I mean, the war's almost over. Okay, but what America can do, okay, which will solve all these problems, is for America to transition from a financial economy back to a manufacturing economy. Okay? If America just does this, America has nothing to worry about. It doesn't have to worry about the debt. It doesn't have to worry about Russia. It doesn't really have to worry about the world, okay? Because America is a self-sufficient economy, meaning that it has the resources to sustain itself. It doesn't really need to trade with the rest of the world, okay? If America can return to being a manufacturing economy, then it will be invincible. Okay? Now the question then is, can America reindustrialize? Yes or no? Why not, Jack?
Because their politics doesn't allow them to.
Because the politics does not allow them to, exactly. But can you explain that?
Like the financial sector has too much political power, so all they're trying to do is to perpetuate financialization.
Yeah.
They won't allow America to.
That's exactly right, Jack, okay? So yes, the problem right now is the very structure of American society and politics and the economy. Right now, the financial sector has all the power. And they don't want to go back to the time when manufacturing had all the power, right? So that's the first problem. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, that they agree to this, okay? What's your other problem if you want to reindustrialize? Excuse me? Okay, but all the foreign investment can just go into factories, right? But there's actually a really big problem with reindustrialization, okay? So as Jack says, there will be political resistance to this, okay? But then you have a bigger problem than this, which is what? Okay, guys, the problem with this economy is it creates a speculative mindset, okay? So therefore, no one wants to work hard. No one wants to go to work in factories anymore. Do you understand? If you're a young person, you would much rather spend your time investing in Bitcoin than working in a factory. Do you understand? Because investing in Bitcoin gives you the opportunity to become rich. But if you work in a factory, you have to work hard for 40 years just to buy a house. Okay, does that make sense? So you're not going to find people to work these factories. That's a bigger problem, okay? And the third problem, of course, is just investment. How do you build these factories? You not only have to build these factories, but you also have to build logistics networks to move goods from one place to the next, okay? Okay? So, in other words, America could reindustrialize, but it's a pain in the ass, right? You're going to face a lot of political opposition, especially from the financial sector. It's very hard for you to get people to work in factories. And plus, where's all this money going to come from, okay? So, if you can't beat Russia in Ukraine, and if you can't reindustrialize, then what can you do to protect the petrodollar and your financial system? Well, I have an idea, okay? Invade Iran, okay? Invade Iran. Now, why would you do that? And the answer is that, unfortunately, of all the options out there, okay, because America can't just sit back and let its empire collapse, right? Of all the options out there, invading Iran happens to be politically the easiest to do, okay? You can't go fight a war against Russia because Russia has nuclear weapons. You cannot reindustrialize because there'll be too much political opposition towards that. Plus, it'll take you about 50 years to reindustrialize. But if you invade Iran, well, you accomplish three things, okay? The first thing is you show the world that you're still the top dog. Your military is still invincible, okay? So if you're a foreign investor in America, you have $1 trillion US dollars, you feel safe, okay? You don't think the US dollar will collapse. Okay? That's the first thing. To show the world that America is still the world's foremost military power, therefore the US dollar is safe, okay? Second is oil, right? What is the US dollar based on? Oil, right? Well, if you control oil, then you don't have to worry about people abandoning the US dollar. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, and it happens that the Middle East produces 40% of the world's oil. And Iran is the world's fourth largest oil exporter. But when you take over Iran, you also control Iraq as well. You control that entire area, okay? And the third thing about invading Iran is trade, okay? So that area, most of the world's trade has to pass through that area, right? So invading Iran would allow you to control the world's shipping lanes, okay? So that would be the theory behind invading Iran, okay? But the motivation would be to save the American empire. Because if Putin wins in Ukraine, then America is going to look weak. It's going to look like a paper tiger, okay? And in this situation, as the empire, you have to act. Today, you have a lot of countries in Africa who are rebelling against the Western powers, France, basically, and America. Why? Because they think that Putin is now in charge, okay? Why did October 7th, why did Hamas attack Israel? I guarantee you that if it were not for the war in Ukraine, Hamas would not have done such a thing, okay? For the longest time before the war in Ukraine, there was a perception in the world that America was militarily invincible. No power, no country could ever dare stand up against the United States. And by invading Ukraine, Putin has proved everyone wrong, okay? That the United States can be defeated. And so what the United States must do now is prove to the world, nope, we're still militarily the greatest power in the world. Okay, does that make sense? Okay? And again, it must do so to protect its financial economy. Otherwise, there's a very good chance that this financial economy will implode onto itself. Okay? If China, Japan, other countries pull out of the U.S. financial sector, okay? If they sell their U.S. treasuries, not only will America face a sovereign debt crisis, but it will lose access to easy money, okay? Easy money. And the problem in America today is that America is an empire addicted to easy money, okay? People are so used to just sitting around and making millions of dollars that they cannot imagine or tolerate a day when they would have to go back to working hard, okay? So it's this addiction to easy money which will drive America to invade Iran. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay, any questions?
If all the money goes to America, how do they manage it since maybe they're like the end of all the money?
Okay, so all this money coming to America, how is it managed? Okay, so this is actually very complicated, okay? Because again, the financial sector is very large. But if you have US dollars, then your options are you can invest in the stock market, you can invest in houses, okay? The problem today is because there are too many rich people in the world, and all this money is going to America, all assets are bubbles now, okay? So the irony of all this is that you feel that your only option is to invest in America, but when you do this, you're actually losing value. Okay? And that's why the system is not really sustainable. Everyone's going to America, and that's driving up all these asset prices, but in the long term, that will destroy the American economy. In the long term, it'll create all these bubbles that will also destroy individual wealth. Okay? Does that make sense? Any more questions?
So, like, if America loses the war in Iran, then like other countries will lose even more confidence in America, so their system will like completely fall apart.
Okay, so Jack asked a great question, which is like, listen, if going to Iran is all about restoring confidence in the United States, well, if America loses the war, then that would destroy even more confidence, okay? And so this is the problem of empires. Empires have something called hubris, right? Imperial hubris. Which means that they cannot imagine the possibility of losing a war. Okay? So why is that? Okay, there are two reasons. Okay? There are two reasons. The first reason is that what an empire is, it's a force that imposes reality onto others. Okay? An empire makes you see the world the way the empire wants you to see the world. Okay, does that make sense? Which means there's no feedback loop. which means that you cannot actually tell the empire what you think. Your voice doesn't matter. Which means that an empire, it's not possible for an empire to imagine the possibility of it ever collapsing. You understand? If it could, it would never collapse. Okay, that's the first problem. Second problem is that, okay, let's do a thought experiment. If you had a choice, would you rather be smart and strategic or stupid and arrogant? If you had a choice in an ideal world, would you rather be smart and strategic or stupid and arrogant? Okay, the answer is stupid and arrogant because it makes you feel good, okay? Stupid people feel good about themselves, right? Smart people get depressed. They doubt themselves. They question themselves, and that makes you feel bad. Most people in an ideal world would want to feel good about themselves always, okay? So when you are an empire, you want to be stupid and arrogant because it makes you feel good. Okay, does that make sense? Okay? But that's why empires collapse, because once they have too much power, they become stupid and arrogant. And they refuse to consider the possibility that they could be wrong. Okay? Does that make sense, Jack? Okay? Any more questions?
Did the empire start when they start to trade with the world, or when the bubble started?
Okay, the American empire has been building for a long time. Okay, so you can make the argument that the empire really started after World War II, because now America controlled half the world. And then it became dominant after the end of the Cold War, when the Soviet Union collapsed. And at that time, okay, before the collapse of the Cold War, America had to behave itself. And the reason it had to behave itself was it wasn't afraid of the Soviet Union, it was afraid of communism, right? That's why from 1950 to 1980, they treated their workers so well, because they were afraid of a worker revolt, right? So the real threat was not the Soviet Union, the real threat was communism as an opposing ideology to capitalism. Unfortunately today, there's no opposing ideology towards capitalism, okay? And that's why America can do what it wants. It does not fear any enemies, it does not fear internal revolt. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, all right, so I'll see you guys next week. Okay, let's start class. So let's review where we are. We are discussing or exploring why the United States would want to invade Iran. And so far, we have two good reasons. The first good reason is called the Israel lobby. There are in the Israel lobby millions of Christian Zionists who believe that a conflict in the Middle East, especially between Israel and Iran, will bring Jesus back to earth. They want their God, Jesus, to return to earth, and they believe that a war in the Middle East will force him to return. Okay, that's the first reason. Second reason is the idea of empire. America is an empire, and as an empire, it has a lot of privileges. For example, it can just print as much money as it wants, right? US dollars. Right now, America is $34 trillion in debt, and the debt is growing by $1 trillion every 2 months. America can do this as long as it is an empire, as long as people fear America. But as we discussed last class, with Putin's invasion of Ukraine, people are now starting to rebel against the empire, and therefore America must demonstrate it still is the military hegemon of the world, and therefore it can do this by invading Iran. Okay? Today we look at the third and final force driving conflict in the Middle East, and it's really the conflict between Saudi Arabia and Iran. Most people think that Iran's major enemy in the Middle East is Israel. In fact, Iran's major enemy is Saudi Arabia. these two are bitter rivals. And to understand why, we have to look at their history. Okay? So the year is 1979. And at the start of 1979, Saudi Arabia and Iran are very good friends. Okay? So let's look at a map of the Middle East. Iran is here. It's next to Iraq. Saudi Arabia is down here. Then this is Egypt. You have Yemen here, Oman. This is the Strait of Hormuz. And this is the Suez Canal, okay? The Red Sea, basically. And in 1979, Saudi Arabia and Iran were very good friends. They had a lot of similarities. They were both monarchies. They were ruled by a king. They were secular. They relied on American power to defend itself. And they were both oil exporters, both very prosperous oil exporters. But then, in 1979, a political earthquake radically changed the landscape of the Middle East. In 1979, there was a bottom-up revolution called the Islamic Revolution. Before 1979, there was a general consensus agreement in the Middle East that religion and politics would be separated. But in 1979, the people in Iran demanded three things. Okay? First, they demanded that the king, they will not be ruled by a king. Okay? That's the first demand. Second is that the U.S. should not interfere in domestic politics. Remember that before the king, the Shah, was supported by the American military. And the third demand is that as a Muslim people, as people who believe in the Islamic religion, the government should be focused on Islamic law. Okay? So, in a referendum, 98% of the people of Iran voted to install an Islamic republic to replace their monarchy. And this was completely unexpected, and this caused an earthquake throughout the Middle East. In November of 1979, 600 religious extremists tried to besiege Mecca, okay? Mecca is the holiest city in the Islamic religion because it's the birthplace of the Prophet Muhammad. 600 extremists tried to take the city over and demand three things, okay? That the Saudi Arabian monarchy should abdicate. The United States should remove itself from the internal affairs of Saudi Arabia, and Saudi Arabia should be governed by Islamic law. Now, this revolt was crushed by the military, but from that day on, Iran and Saudi Arabia became bitter enemies because they were both trying to install their vision of Islam on the Middle East. Okay? So, this rivalry between Iran and Saudi Arabia took three forms. Okay? The first form is religious. So even though they're both Muslim countries, Islamic countries, they have different versions of the religion. Okay? So Saudi Arabia is Sunni, and Iran is Shiite. Now, you may ask what the difference between these two different branches of the religion are. And the answer is no one actually knows. It's a very complicated issue. The major difference is this. In 610, the Prophet Muhammad in Medina, in the city of Medina, he had a vision to found a new religion called Islam, okay? And he spread this religion throughout the Middle East, throughout the Arab world, forever transforming the Middle East. When he died, there's a problem of succession. Who would succeed the Prophet as the leader of the religion? The Shia people believe that only people of Muhammad's bloodline can be the leaders of the religion. The Sunni disagreed and said that anyone who proved himself competent and faithful to religion could be the leader. And so for hundreds of years, these two groups, the Sunni and the Shia, fought a war over the succession. And this led to a bitter rivalry that's lasted to this day, okay? Now, the majority of people in the world, about 8%, are Sunni, okay? The majority of Muslims in the world are Sunni. 10% are Shia, okay? So why this is important is that Saudi Arabia is a Sunni country, and Iran is a Shia country. And at the time of the revolution, Iran dedicated itself, committed itself to spreading the Shia revolution throughout the world, okay? Now, Saudi Arabia considers itself the leader of the Islamic world because it is home to both Mecca and Medina, which are the two holiest cities in the entire Islamic religion. As you may know, there's a requirement that as a Muslim, you must take a Hajj, a pilgrimage, to Mecca and Medina once in your lifetime. Okay? And because Saudi Arabia controls Mecca and Medina, that's really the source of Saudi Arabia's authority over the Islamic world. Iran argues that because Saudi Arabia is ruled by a king, that's anti-Muslim. And because the United States is defended by the US military, that's also anti-Muslim. Saudi Arabia is a heresy, okay? So Iran is dedicated itself to subverting Saudi Arabia's authority. Okay, so does this all make sense so far? Okay. Now, Saudi Arabia is Sunni, and it practices the most extreme form of Sunni religion called Wahhabism. Okay, Wahhabism. In 1744, the Wahhabis, okay, which again are the most extreme Islamic group, made an alliance with the Al-Saud family of Saudi Arabia. And the agreement was this, that the Wahhabism would become the national religion of Saudi Arabia, and the Wahhabis would swear allegiance to the Al-Saud family. Okay? But in the 1930s, oil was discovered in Saudi Arabia. In fact, Saudi Arabia proved to have the most valuable oil resources in all the world, okay? And at that time, as the world was modernizing, oil was becoming more and more important. And so that made Saudi Arabia extremely wealthy. And as it became more and more wealthy, it tried to become more Western, more secular, more progressive, more modern, which brought it into conflict with the Wahhabis, okay? Now, Wahhabism accounts for 20 to 40% of all the people in Saudi Arabia. So it is a very significant group. More important, Wahhabi people tend to be extremely fanatical. So for example, in 1979, the people who laid siege to Mecca were Wahhabis. And Wahhabis were also responsible for terrorist attacks against tourists, against foreigners in Saudi Arabia. Okay? So Saudi Arabia has always had this problem with the Wahhabis. And a way that Saudi Arabia has tried to resolve the conflict is to export the religion of Wahhabism throughout the world. So, for example, Osama bin Laden was a Saudi citizen responsible for spreading Wahhabism in Afghanistan. And that's what started Al-Qaeda. Okay? So, Saudi Arabia is trying to export Wahhabism. Iran is trying to export the Shia religion, and so that they come into conflict with each other, okay? So the first source of tension between Iran and Saudi Arabia is over religion. Second is economical. And what that means is that both countries are oil exporters. In fact, Saudi Arabia is completely reliant on oil for its economy. 40% of Saudi Arabia's economy, GDP, is based on oil exports. Saudi Arabia is #1 oil exporter in the world, okay? 75% of government revenues comes from its oil exports. In other words, Saudi Arabia does not actually collect taxes from its citizens. It just sells oil, okay? Iran also sells oil. It's the #4 oil exporter in the world, but it's less reliant on oil because it has a diversified economy, meaning that it has very strong human capital. It has a very well-educated population that does all sorts of different activities, okay? Science, art, education. So Saudi Arabia, for the longest time, has been trying to control the price of oil in order to maximize profits. For example, it wants to cut back production in order to increase the price of oil, which will increase profits. But Iran often doesn't cooperate because Iran is trying to sell as much oil as possible in order to boost its economy. Okay? So there's economic conflict between these two countries. And the third and final conflict is geopolitical. Okay? And geopolitical means that both countries are trying to exert as much influence as possible over the Middle East. Now, Iran is trying to exert influence over the Middle East because after the revolution in 1979, many countries, including Saudi Arabia and the United States, encouraged Iraq to invade Iran. And this invasion, called the Iraq-Iran War, lasted 8 years, and it cost the lives of millions of Iranians. And from then on, Iran has adopted a policy of aggressive intervention in the Middle East in order to distract the United States and Israel. Okay? So, for example, in Israel, there are two groups opposing Israel, Hamas and Hezbollah. And they're both financed and supported politically by Iran. And the point of doing this is to distract Israel. Okay? Now, Saudi Arabia is trying to exert influence over the Middle East because as the number one oil exporter, it needs to control shipping lanes. Okay? It needs to control this area and this area, the Strait of Hormuz and the Suez Canal. And 40% of all the world's oil passes through these two straits, and they go mainly to East Asia, China, South Korea, and Japan mainly. Okay? So, because of these geopolitical tensions, Iran and Saudi Arabia have fought three proxy wars, okay? They fought 3 shadow wars. The first is in Iraq. Now in Iraq, as you know, in 2003, America invaded Iraq and destroyed the country. And after they destroyed the country, there's a power vacuum. And so basically, Iran came in and tried to take over the country. And it could do so because 2/3 of the population were Shiite. And therefore, they had affinity with Iran. And 1/3 were Sunni. So what happened was that to counter the Iranian influence in Iraq, Saudi Arabia started to finance the 1/3 of the Sunnis against the Shia. So there was a very violent civil war fought in Iraq after the invasion. Okay? Many people also believe that Saudi Arabia is responsible for the financing of the Islamic State, okay? Or ISIS. Because ISIS really hates the Shia religion. Okay? But over time, because Iran has been so much more effective in projecting its power than Saudi Arabia, basically Iran now controls much of Iraq, okay? So in this first war, Iran defeated Saudi Arabia. Then they fought another war in Syria. Syria's leader, Assad, faced a rebellion. And Saudi Arabia, America, Israel support the rebels against Assad. And Iran came in to support Assad as well as Russia. And over time, Assad was able to crush the rebellion, okay? So in the second proxy war, Iran won as well. Now, there's another proxy war in Yemen, okay? And it started in 2016. So the wars in Iraq and Syria, they were important to Saudi Arabia, but they didn't really threaten Saudi Arabia. But this war in Yemen did threaten Saudi Arabia, okay? So for the longest time, Saudi Arabia supported the Yemen political leadership. And then there was a rebellion by the Houthis, okay? The Houthis. And the Houthis were Shia villagers who lived in the mountains. And they were trying to overthrow the government. And Saudi Arabia was afraid that the Houthis would become friends with Iran. So Saudi Arabia launched a massive invasion of Yemen. It was 150,000 Saudi Arabian troops. They had warplanes. They were backed by the most advanced American weapons and technology, okay? They also had a coalition of about 30 nations, including Egypt and the UAE. Saudi Arabia named this operation Decisive Storm, right? Which sounds like Desert Storm. And the strategy they use is what we call shock and awe. And shock and awe is basically, we have so many bombs, we have so many airplanes, we have so many soldiers that we can, in about a week's time, destroy you, okay? So go in, go fast, be decisive, destroy your enemy. Unfortunately, for Saudi Arabia, this did not work. And the reason why is, first of all, the Houthis were in the mountains. And so your bombs didn't really stop them. In fact, all your bombs did was make them really angry. Because with your bombs, you were killing civilians. Okay? So you're basically uniting the entire population against you. That's the first problem. Second problem is that the Houthis are in the mountains, but Saudi Arabia has oil fields. And guess what, guys? It's really, really easy to blow up oil fields. Okay? So that's what the Houthis are doing. They were sending like these cheap drones. They might cost $1,000, $10,000. And they would blow up oil fields and ports. Okay? Saudi Arabia has another problem, okay? Saudi Arabia has no fresh water. It's in the desert. It is a desert. No water, guys. No rivers. So it relies entirely on desalination plants. Okay? And this is extremely impressive technology, right? It takes salt water, seawater, and turns it into fresh water. It's very impressive. But it's on the coast. And guess what, guys? The coast, so Iran can blow up these plants, and the Houthis can blow up these plants as well. Okay? So Saudi Arabia basically lost this war because the Houthis could inflict massive economic damage on Saudi Arabia. So from this war, Saudi Arabia learned three things, okay? The first thing it learned is that if it wants to defeat their enemies, the Houthis, the Syrians, and the Iraqis, they also need to be able to defeat Iran. Okay? That's the first thing they learned. Second thing they learned is that their economy is extremely vulnerable to attack. At any point, Iran, with its missiles and drones, could destroy the entire Saudi Arabian economy, okay? It can easily blow up all the oil fields and the desalination plants. So the third thing that Saudi Arabia learned from all this is we really need America to fight Iran for us. In the long term, that's the only way we're going to survive as a nation. Okay? We need to defeat Iran. And we can't do it by ourselves. We need America to do it for us. Okay? Unfortunately, for Saudi Arabia, in 2001, 9/11 happened, right? 15 of the 19 hijackers were citizens of Saudi Arabia, which meant that America was very unhappy with Saudi Arabia. Okay? Americans didn't like Saudi Arabia. Americans also knew that there were a lot of human rights abuses in Saudi Arabia. The other thing that happened is in 2003, America invaded Iraq. Saudi Arabia tried to exert as much influence as possible in Washington, D.C. to stop the war, because they knew that if America invaded Iraq, it would make Iran more powerful. Now, as you know, Saudi Arabia could not stop the war. Okay? In 2008, Barack Obama came into office. And Barack Obama's understanding of the world was that, okay, the Middle East is a complete mess. And it's hopeless. I don't really want to deal with the Middle East. Plus, China is rising. The main threat to American power in the future will be East Asia. So he proposed something called the Asia Pivot, which is to transfer American military resources from the Middle East to East Asia to counter the threat of China. But to do that, you needed to reduce tensions in the Middle East. And so in 2015, he made a deal with Iran called the Iran nuclear deal. And the deal was basically, Obama said to Iran, listen, I know you're trying to develop nuclear weapons. Okay? So what we're going to do is, if you promise to not develop nuclear weapons, we will lift economic sanctions on you so that you can prosper. And Iran said yes, okay? And this really scared Saudi Arabia. Because if America leaves the Middle East and brokers a peace with Iran, then Saudi Arabia would be extremely vulnerable, okay? So Saudi Arabia became very, very desperate. Its very existence was threatened. Also, the economic outlook for Saudi Arabia was not that great. Remember, the entire economy depended on oil. But guess what, guys? Oil is a finite resource. Eventually, you're going to run out of oil. Okay? Now, if you're optimistic, you'll be like, well, Saudi Arabia would run out of oil in about 70 years' time or 80 years' time, okay? But there are also some people who believe that Saudi Arabia will run out of oil in about 10 years' time. And if Saudi Arabia has no oil, then its entire economy collapses. Okay? Then you also have a problem with global warming, right? Climate change. You also have a problem with the entire global economy is slowing down, therefore the demand for oil is decreasing. So the economic outlook for Saudi Arabia, it's extremely grim. Okay? And that's why in 2017, Saudi Arabia appointed a new leader called Mohammed bin Salman, okay, the crown prince, whoever calls MBS. And MBS promised to be a new leader. He was young, he was progressive, he wanted women to drive. He wanted young people to go to the movie theater, okay? And he proposed a new vision for Saudi Arabia called Vision 2030. Okay? But MBS's most important achievement is that he became friends with the new president, Donald Trump. Okay? So in 2016, Donald Trump became president of the United States. And MBS decided that this is an opportunity for Saudi Arabia to reset relationships, to reset relations with America. Okay? So Trump, his first trip outside the United States was to Saudi Arabia. That was the first achievement. Second achievement is that MBS became best friends with Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. Okay? And Jared Kushner was Trump's Middle East advisor. And his job was to bring peace to the Middle East, mainly between Israel and the Arab countries. And to that extent, Kushner did a great job because MBS helped him, okay? So his major achievement is something called the Abraham Accords. And the Abraham Accords is just to establish peace between Israel and the Arab countries so that they can unite against Iran together. So MBS was looking very good. But then in 2018, he did something that scared the world. Okay? MBS was a visionary. He had a plan for where to take Saudi Arabia. He wanted to modernize Saudi Arabia. But he was also young, and he was a tyrant. He did not like people who criticized him. Okay? So there's a journalist named Jamal Khashoggi who worked for the Washington Post and who was a permanent resident of the United States. He was a Saudi national. And MBS had him killed. And this caused an international uproar, okay? The CIA, the US government, conducted an investigation, and they determined that it was MBS who ordered the assassination. Trump protected MBS. Okay? And then the most important thing that Trump did was in January 2020, Trump ordered the assassination of a man named Qasem Soleimani, who is considered to be the second most powerful man in Iran after the Ayatollah, okay, the supreme religious leader of the country. It is Qasem Soleimani who was responsible for Iran's policies in the Iraq War, the Syria War, and in the Yemen War, okay? So from the perspective of Saudi Arabia, Qasem Soleimani is public enemy number one. He is the greatest threat to Saudi Arabia. Now, before, okay, America had many opportunities to assassinate Qasem Soleimani. George W. Bush had the opportunity, Barack Obama had the opportunity, and both believed that doing so would cause basically World War III, okay? Because if you kill the number 2 leader of Iran, Iran would have no choice but to go to war with you. And that's why they both refrained from killing Qasem Soleimani. In fact, when Trump made the decision to assassinate Soleimani, the entire military was stunned. Okay? They couldn't believe this was happening. So how does this happen? Okay, So for some time, there was some conflict between U.S. soldiers and Shia militiamen in Iraq. And the Pentagon felt it had to act, okay? So in these situations, they had to go to the president and present options to the president of how best to respond. And usually, the Pentagon will design the choices so that the president does what the Pentagon thinks is best, okay? So an example is that if I'm the military and I go to Trump, I give you three choices, okay? The first choice is A, one, let's do nothing, okay? Two is what you should do. And three is let's blow up the world. Okay? So when I present these three options to you, you as a president, being wise and strategic, will obviously always pick option two, right? What you should do, what the military suggests you should do, okay? Unfortunately, in this instance, Trump chose option three. Let's blow up the world, guys. And so they assassinated Qasem Soleimani. Okay? So, in other words, it is very likely that if Trump stayed a second term, the United States would have gone to war with Iran, given how things were progressing. Okay? MBS was so happy about all of this that he once bragged privately to a friend that, oh, Jared Kushner, Trump's son-in-law, the man responsible for all Middle East policies, well, he's in my pocket, meaning I own him. Okay? And the evidence that suggests this is that after Trump left office, after Jared Kushner left office, Jared Kushner set up a private equity fund. And MBS and the Saudi government invested $2 billion into the fund. Okay? Does that make sense? So, we don't know how, we don't know this for sure, but it seems like Trump is doing exactly what the Saudis want, which is to inflame tensions with Iran. Okay? And this suggests that if in November Trump wins a second term, it is very possible that Trump will declare war on Iran. Or at the very least, continue to escalate tensions with Iran, okay, which will very likely lead to World War III. So in that respect, the election in November, whether or not Trump comes back into office, is one of the most consequential elections. Okay? Does that make sense, guys? Okay, any questions? Anything you want me to clarify before we end class? Okay, so what we will do next class is figure out if Trump will win in November. And I will make the argument to you that it is almost very certain, very likely, that he will win in November. Okay? So we will examine why next class. Okay, so let's begin class. And today we are discussing whether or not Trump will win in November. And I'm making the prediction that he will win in November and that he will pick Nikki Haley as his vice president. Okay? So let me make you the argument today. Okay, so let's first discuss why Biden won in 2020 and why it's possible that he may lose this year. Okay? So in 2020, it was a very special year in American politics because it was the largest turnout in American history since about 1900. Okay, so 74 million people voted for Trump. For Biden, 81 million people voted for him. And 2 out of every 3 American adults came out to vote. Okay, so it was the largest turnout in American history. It sounds like a very lopsided victory for Biden, 81 million versus 74 million. But because America has something called an electoral college system, which is not direct democracy, actually the margin of victory was only 65,000 votes, meaning that if 65,000 people in key battleground states flipped their votes, then Trump would have won. Okay? So the margin of victory was very, very close, as is usually the case in highly contested American elections. So let's understand the coalition that brought Biden into the White House. Okay? So the first major component of this coalition are black people. 91% of all blacks voted for Biden, only 8% voted for Trump. That's a huge majority for Biden. So why did so many black people vote for Biden in 2020? Well, first of all, it's because Biden was Obama's vice president for 8 years. And so a lot of older black people had a certain loyalty to him. Okay? They felt that we owe this man because he served loyally to our man, Barack Obama, for 8 years. And so now we must bring him into the White House. But this year, the debt is paid off, right? So they won't feel so loyal to Biden, okay? Also, in 2020, there's something called the George Floyd protest. So what happened was that in May 2020, a black man in Minneapolis, George Floyd, he was strangled to death by a white police officer. It was captured on video, and it caused a national uproar. In fact, there were riots and protests throughout the country. And Trump came out and did not acknowledge the pain that black people felt because of this death. And so black people felt antipathy towards Trump, okay? So these are the 2 major reasons why black people voted for Biden in 2020. But this year, Trump's not in office, right? Biden's in office. So black people are asking the question, what has Biden done for us these past 4 years? And unfortunately, the answer is not that much. And in fact, you can make the argument that Biden has really hurt the standard of living of black people. Why? Because inflation has gone up, okay? When inflation goes up, it usually hurts poor people the most, okay? The standard of living goes way down. Also, illegal immigration has gone up, okay? So in 2020, when Trump left office, there were about 10 million illegal immigrants in America. Now there are 20 million illegal immigrants in America, and it seems like Biden's doing nothing to stop this trend. And of course, when illegal immigrants come to the country, they usually take the jobs of poor people, okay? They bring wages down, and that again hurts black people. And then third is Ukraine. So while the standard of living for black people and other poor people in America are going down, America is sending tens of billions of dollars to Ukraine to fight a war that has nothing to do with America. So many Americans see this as just bad leadership, okay? So that's black people. And recent polls show that actually Biden's lead with black people is not as much as it was in 2020, okay? So this lead is going down. Young people, okay? Young people tend to vote Democratic in all elections, and they were extremely galvanized to vote in 2020 because they saw Trump as this very hateful racist that they must remove from office, right? And they were driven to believe this because of the George Floyd protests. Unfortunately, this year, young people may not feel compelled to vote for Biden. In fact, a lot of young people are choosing to sit out this election. Why? You guys know? Gaza, okay? So, as you know, right now, throughout America on college campuses, young people are protesting the war in Gaza. So these young people are not going to vote for Trump, but they probably will not vote for Biden as a protest against American policy vis-a-vis Israel, okay? Now let's look at the college educated. Okay, so 70% of people with college degrees voted for Biden. These are what we call the coastal elite, right? The coastal professional managerial elite. And they usually overwhelmingly vote Democratic, and this year they will still say the same, but they will be less enthusiastic because of what they perceive to be poor global leadership, okay? Under Biden's watch, Ukraine blew up, but so did Gaza. And many are starting to feel that it's because Biden comes across as too old, too weak, and too feeble to stand against Putin, okay? So college-educated people will still overwhelmingly vote Democratic. That is the core Democratic base, but they'll be less enthusiastic about Biden, and they'll vote primarily against Trump, okay? Women, okay? So 54% of women voted for Biden, 44% voted for Trump, okay? And again, because Trump is seen as this hateful figure, we expect that women will still consistently vote Democratic this year, okay? And also because of abortion issues, right? So women are very passionate about abortion, and they will come out and vote for Biden to ensure that abortion rights are protected. Let's look at suburban voters, okay? So the suburbs. The suburbs are between the cities, the urban areas, and the rural areas, okay? Cities, urban areas, overwhelmingly support the Democratic Party. Rural areas overwhelmingly support the Republican Party. So the suburbs are where the battleground is. And so if you look at 2016, when Trump defeated Hillary Clinton, only 45% of the suburbs voted for Clinton, which allowed Trump to defeat her in the election, okay? Now, what's interesting is that in 2020, this flipped, and 54% of suburban voters voted for Biden. That's a flip of 2 million voters, okay? So in elections, usually it's a suburban vote that determines the election because there's swing voters, okay? So for Trump to win this year, he needs to win the suburban vote. He won that in 2016. He lost that in 2020, okay? So let's examine very quickly why the suburbs went Biden in 2020, okay? And there are three major reasons. The first is the media narrative. So what's happening throughout Trump's presidency is basically the entire mainstream media got together and criticized Trump, okay? So the first major criticism of Trump, if you remember, is he was a Russian asset, okay? He was a paid Putin puppet. And of course, that was just a complete lie, what we call Russiagate, okay? But then they start to say that Trump was a divisive figure, okay? And this idea caught the imagination of the suburbs, okay? Because if you live in the suburbs, you tend to be middle class, you tend to be pretty wealthy and well-educated. So you like the status quo. You want a leader who's conservative and who's a unifier. And throughout the Trump presidency, we saw the polarization of politics. The left and the right hate each other, and they fought all the time. And what really showed this was the George Floyd protests, right? So you had protesters rioting in the streets. And Trump was like, let's send in the military to crush the protesters. And so people in the suburbs were very worried about this. They thought that a leader, the president, should be a uniter, right? And Biden came across as extremely steady, as very establishment, as someone who could unite both the Republican Party and the Democratic Party, okay? That was his perception in 2020. So that's the first major reason why the suburbs went Biden. Second was the pandemic. So as you know, COVID hit the United States. And the suburbs were extremely freaked out about this because they tend to have children who go to school. They tend to be older. And they thought that Trump's handling of the pandemic was very incompetent. Okay? He was an outsider, a political outsider, but that meant he could not get things done in Washington. Okay? So that's the second problem with Trump. And the third reason why the suburbs went Biden is Kamala Harris. Okay? And this is key. Biden picked Kamala Harris to be his vice president, to be his running mate. And Kamala Harris, let me tell you a little about Kamala Harris. Her father is Jamaican. Her mother is Indian. And she has a younger sister. But when she was young, her dad left the family. So her mom raised the two girls by herself. And Kamala Harris is an extremely accomplished person. She went to Stanford. Then she became Attorney General of California. Then became a U.S. Senator, okay? And there are three reasons why the suburbs love Kamala Harris, okay? First of all, like us, okay? Meaning like she comes across as someone who speaks and thinks like people in the suburbs, okay? Well-educated, articulate, smart, conservative, okay? Second is she's seen as very establishment, meaning that she's not liberal. In fact, when she was Attorney General of California, she was extremely tough on crime. She was trying to send as many people to jail as possible. And sometimes, quite honestly, some of these people were innocent, okay? And she still sent them to jail, okay? She was very controversial as Attorney General. But guess what, guys? People in the suburbs like tough on crime, okay? They want safety, they want security, because they have kids, okay? And the third reason why they like Kamala Harris is because of the redemption story. So, in 2019, there's a Democratic primary, okay? This is when the Democrats try to get a nomination for the general election, okay? And there was a lot of people who are vying for the nomination, including Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. In June 2019, there was the first Democratic debate, okay? And at this point, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden were considered very heavy favorites to win the nomination. And in that first debate, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden got into a very nasty argument on television, okay? So what happened is that Kamala Harris turned to Joe Biden, and Joe Biden's kind of shell-shocked, okay? He's kind of old, and like Kamala Harris is directing her words at him, and he doesn't really want to see her, okay? He doesn't really want to confront her. And what Kamala Harris says to Joe Biden is, Joe, you've been in Washington, D.C. for 50 years. And some of your policies I don't support. For example, you do not support the integration of black and white students together. Well, you know what, Joe? I'm a black student. I was a black little girl, grew up in the 70s in California. And I got my opportunity to succeed in America because of integration, because I could go to white school, and you opposed my opportunity to succeed. Okay? So basically, she was calling Biden a racist. And at that point, everyone thought that, okay, well, if Biden gets a nomination, there's no way he's going to pick her to be the VP. Okay? And then he picks her to be the VP. And so what do people think about Biden? What do people think of Biden? What impression do people get because of this? Anyone?
Doesn't hold grudges.
Yes, okay, exactly, okay? Doesn't hold grudges. What else? What else? What else? Doesn't hold grudges. He's a very forgiving man. What else? Good. Yes, he listens, right? He's a listener. He's a team player. Okay? And he has empathy. Okay? He understands that voters want Kamala Harris. Okay? And guess what, guys? These three things, doesn't hold grudges, listens, team player, and empathy. This is anti-Trump, right? This is the anti-Trump. And because of this narrative, women, especially women in the suburbs, went for Biden, okay? Previously, they had gone for Trump. Now they went for Biden because, as it turns out, women want compassionate, empathetic leadership that is decisive and bold, but is also tolerant, okay? And this is also why, even though Hillary Clinton ran in 2016 and she was a woman, the suburbs didn't vote for her because she didn't come across as someone who was compassionate and forgiving and tolerant. Okay, does that make sense? And this is why Biden was able to win in 2020. So this year, what can Trump do to win the suburbs? What can he do? Yeah, he can copy this exact same thing, okay? And it turns out he can do this, okay? Why? Because on the Republican side, there's someone called Nikki Haley. And Nikki Haley is very similar to Kamala Harris, okay? Nikki Haley, her parents are Indian immigrants, okay? So she's Indian. She's of South Asian descent. And her family was not very wealthy, but she worked hard and she became South Carolina governor for two terms. And then she joined the Trump administration as UN ambassador in 2016. Okay? Now, what's interesting about Nikki Haley is that Nikki Haley ran against Trump in the Republican primary, okay? And even though she lost to Trump, there was a group of people who loved her. Guess who just loved her? Who voted for her in droves? Guess what demographic group? Anyone? Suburban woman, okay? Do you understand? College-educated suburban woman, okay? So in other words, if Trump brings her onto the ticket, then it's very likely he can swing the suburbs back to him and win the election. But there's a problem. The problem is that Nikki Haley and Trump got into a very nasty fight during the primary, okay? So Nikki Haley said, listen, I served under Trump, and I think he's a divisive figure. And right now in our country, we need a unifier. That's why I'm running for president, because I want to unite this country, whereas Trump can only divide this country, okay? And then Trump, being Trump, responds and says, Nikki Haley is a bird brain. She's stupid, okay? So you see this, you think, like, there's no way Trump will pick her because Nikki Haley's not loyal to Trump, right? And Trump likes loyalty. Also, hey guys, Trump holds grudges, right? And he doesn't listen, and he's not a team player, and he lacks empathy. So there's no way he would pick Nikki Haley. And in fact, this past week, there's been news report that Nikki Haley is in consideration to be Trump's vice president. And Trump came out and said, I am not considering Nikki Haley, okay? But let me ask you this question. If in August, during the Republican convention, he does pick Nikki Haley, how would people feel about him? How would the media report this? Nikki Haley is an enemy of Trump. Trump called her a bird brain. Trump said, I will never pick Nikki Haley. And then in August, 3 months from now, he says, you know what, I was wrong. I think Nikki Haley is the best person to be my VP. That's why she'll be my running mate in November. How would people feel about him? What would the suburbs think about Trump? How would you feel if you saw this? He's a changed man, right? Trump has grown. Remember, like the narrative about Trump is he is a 5-year-old child. And remember, like people were like, don't insult 5-year-old children like that, okay? 5-year-old children are much more mature than Trump. So the argument about Trump is he's divisive, but much more than that, he's immature, he's incapable of growth, okay? But hey, if in August he picks Nikki Haley to be his VP, then the media will be like, he is a changed man. He's learned his lessons. He's willing to let go of grudges. He's willing to listen. He now has empathy. Therefore, he should be president, okay? Do you understand? But then what happens is the suburbs switch over to Trump, and then he wins. So if he picks Nikki Haley in August, he will win, okay? I'm not completely sure that he will pick Nikki Haley. I think that this is his best strategic move, okay? But Trump is not really predictable, all right? And who he picks as vice president will give us a good clue as to how he will govern when he becomes president, okay? Does that make sense? All right, now the question then is, okay, who is Nikki Haley? And what will she do as vice president? Okay, now what's important to understand about Nikki Haley is that when she left office, when she left Washington, D.C. political office in 2018, she had nothing in her bank account, okay? She had no money in her bank account. Now she has $10 million in her bank account. And she lives in a $5 million mansion. So where did she get this money? Okay, she got this money mainly for an organization called United Against a Nuclear Iran. Okay? And this organization's primary purpose is to create conflict between the United States and Iran. Okay? They go against any companies or individuals who support Iran in the United States, who does business with Iran, okay? They are a very anti-Iranian organization. One of their main donors, his name is Sheldon Adelson. And Sheldon Adelson is an extremely pro-Israel business person. Okay, he owns a lot of casinos. Okay, so MGM Sands. He's a billionaire. And what's interesting about Sandal Adelson, he's dead. Okay, but he was the main patron of a man named Benjamin Netanyahu. Okay, he is the main political patron and financial donor to Benjamin Netanyahu. So Sheldon Adelson supports both Netanyahu and supports this organization called United Against a Nuclear Iran. And United Against a Nuclear Iran hired Nikki Haley and paid her a lot of money, okay? That's the first thing. Second thing is that in 2019, she got a job with Boeing. Boeing is a weapons manufacturer. They make airplanes, but they mainly make bombs and missiles, okay? So they love war. She sat on the board of Boeing, an extremely prestigious job, and she was paid $300,000 US just to sit on the board and do nothing. Okay? She has also given speeches at an organization called Christians United for Israel. And you may remember that this is a 7 million strong organization that supports war in the Middle East. They are evangelical Christians. They are dispensation premillennialists who believe that war between Israel and Iran will bring Jesus back to earth and establish the kingdom of heaven. And therefore, they want as much conflict in the Middle East as possible, okay? So, all this is telling us is that if Nikki Haley becomes vice president, her main responsibility will be to agitate for war against Iran. Okay? She'll be the one in the White House pushing for war in Iran, escalating tensions in Iran. Okay? So, Nikki Haley, okay, what's also interesting is, okay, in January 2019, basically the primary is over. Trump has won everything, okay? But in January 2019, even after Trump won, Haley was able to raise more money than Trump. So Haley got about $12 million from donors. Trump got $11 million, okay? And the only explanation for this is these donors knew that Haley would not become president. She could not beat Trump, but they were trying to position her to be his vice president by making her stay in the race and giving her as much publicity as possible. In fact, even though she dropped out of the race, she's still getting about 25% to 33% of all Republican votes, okay? So she comes across as an extremely popular establishment figure. Okay? So does this make sense, okay? So the conclusion is that given the situation in the United States, it seems very likely Trump will win in 2024, okay? Because the Biden coalition will not hold together because of inflation, illegal immigration, what's happening in Gaza, what's happening in Ukraine. Trump looks very strong right now. And the polls suggest that either the race is tied between the two or Trump has slight advantage, okay? Trump can basically seal the victory if he picks Nikki Haley to be his vice president, because Nikki Haley will turn the suburbs to him very strongly. And it's the suburbs that basically decide U.S. elections. And as vice president, what she will be doing is agitating for war against Iran, which means that she's on the payroll of anti-Iranian forces in the United States. Okay? So, any questions? Anything you're not clear about right now?
Like, if Trump picks Nikki Haley as his vice president, what if she holds a grudge against Trump?
Okay, so Jack asked a great question, okay? He's like, what if Haley holds a grudge and says no, right? And quite honestly, she has been asked in the past, are you willing to serve as Trump's vice president? And she's like, no, because he's a divider. He's divisive. And we need to move on from Trump. Okay? All right. Do you guys remember in class when we studied Trump very closely, his personality? We looked at his days in the WWE, okay? And there was a scene where Vince McMahon, the owner of WWE, a billionaire, challenges Trump to a fight, right? Well, guess what, guys? Politics is the same thing. It's all theater, okay? Politics is theater. What Nikki Haley and Donald Trump are doing is pretending to be bitter enemies so that their reconciliation will be so dramatic. You understand? So Nikki Haley served under Trump in the first administration, okay? So from 2016 to 2018, she was UN ambassador for Trump. And everyone says that the two got along really well. In fact, Trump was considering having her be his VP, running mate, in 2020. He was thinking of dropping Mike Pence and putting her on the ticket. Okay? So the two of them together actually have a great rapport. The two respect each other, they get along very well. Okay? So that's the first thing. Second thing is that the thing to know about very successful politicians is they are first and foremost opportunists. They have no ideas. They have no principles. All they care about is political power, right? So why would Nikki Haley agree to be vice president? Why? Because it's one step away from the presidency. Do you understand? If anything happens to Trump, she's president. And in 4 years' time, she can run as the Republican nominee for the presidency. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay? So that's the thing you need to know about politicians. Okay? All they care about is political power. They will do anything to achieve political power. They will sell their own mother, okay, to achieve political power. But it's the same thing for rich people. Okay? Rich people love money. They will do anything to get money. Okay? Sell their own mother, fine. Okay? Do you understand? Also, celebrities, famous people, right? All they care about is fame. Okay? So, do you understand, Jack? All right. Any more questions? Is this clear to you guys? Is there anything you're not clear about? I'll explain further.
Like, is there anything that Biden could do before the election to have an advantage over Trump?
Okay, so Jack asked a great question, okay? Well, listen, like, I can figure this out just by reading the news, right? Biden has an amazing team of extremely well-paid, professional experienced strategists working with him. They know this. They can see what's going on. So what can Biden do to counter Trump's strategy or the polls, okay? And the answer is this. If you look at 2020, everyone thought that Biden could not get the nomination, okay? Why? Because he lacks charisma. No one really likes him, okay? So when Biden goes to speak, there's no one there to listen to him. He's boring, and he has no ideas, and he's old. I mean, Biden ran for president 2 times before, and he lost both times. And the reason why is he's not charismatic, and he has no ideas, okay? But Biden's like, nope. I'm going to stay in the race because I believe I can win. And you ask him, Biden, what is your strategy? What is your reasoning going forward? I don't know. I'm going to win. Okay? So if we were discussing this in 2020, in May and June, I would be like, Biden has no chance. Okay? Because Trump's going to go out there and give speeches to 100,000 people, and they're going to love him, and they're going to go and vote for him, okay? Biden gives a speech, everyone falls asleep. And on the debate stage, Trump will destroy Biden, okay? So I was sure that in May, April 2020, Biden had no chance. But then what happened? Hey, the George Floyd protests happened. So all these young people who didn't really like Biden, they were now galvanized to go vote for him. All these black people, all these suburban voters, they wanted Biden to win because they thought Trump was divisive. Okay? And then what happened? The pandemic happened. So Trump couldn't go out to debate. Trump couldn't go out to campaign anymore. You understand? Biden could just sit in his basement and do nothing. Right? Do you understand? So, unfortunately, Biden learned the wrong lessons from 2020. The lesson that he learned in 2020 is that, hey, if I just sit in my basement all day and make no mistakes, my surrogates, the Democratic Party, Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, they'll go out and give speeches for me. They'll fire up the base. And I'll win because I'm not Trump. Okay? That is the entire Biden strategy. I'm not Trump. Okay? The problem with this idea is, okay, in 2020, the American people had 4 years of Trump, and they know he sucks, okay? The problem now is the American people have seen 4 years of Biden, and Biden sucks as well, okay? And so it's a question like, who sucks more, Biden or Trump, okay? So in other words, people are not going to come out to vote because they think both suck. And which means that the party with a coalition with a base that feels more strongly about the issues is going to come out to vote, okay? And what we know is that the Republican coalition of rural voters, conservatives, Christians, white voters, they feel much more passionately about Trump than the Democratic coalition feels about Biden. Okay? Does that make sense? So unfortunately, the answer is that Biden has no strategy going forward because he didn't have a strategy going forward in 2020. And he won in 2020, so why can't the same thing happen this year, right? And unfortunately, because Biden is so old, he's 81, he doesn't have the energy to change the way he is. Do you understand? It's much easier for him to sit around and pray that I'm not Trump will deliver another election than it is for him to go out and change who he is. He can't change who he is. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay, but that's a great question. All right? Any more questions before? Okay, so again, I am not sure who will win this year, okay? I think it's Trump. I'm not sure that Nikki Haley will be his vice president. I'm just making a guess. So then the question then is, why are we doing this? And the answer is this. We try to think. We have to build an analytical model, right, of how the world works. And the only way we know if this model works or not is by making predictions and testing it against reality. Okay? So, you know what? It's possible that in August, Trump will pick someone else, okay? Possibly someone named J.D. Vance, okay? The only thing you need to know about J.D. Vance is he's very loyal to Trump, okay? It's possible he picks J.D. Vance, okay? I think he'll pick Nikki Haley. I often think that there's a very good chance he picks J.D. Vance as well, okay? But I'll make the bet that he picks Nikki Haley. Okay? So it's possible in August he does not pick Nikki Haley, he picks J.D. Vance or someone else instead, okay? It's also possible that in November Trump loses, okay? But that's fine because if I'm wrong, then what I do is I go back to this analysis and I make changes to this analysis so that it's much more reflective and accurate. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, and that's how we try to think critically about the world by building analytical models that we can then test against reality. And then based on what happens in reality, we can go and refine our analytical model. Right? Any questions? Okay, so next week, we discuss the war in Iran, okay? Because if you look at this, again, if Nikki Haley becomes the vice president, it is very likely she will agitate for war against Iran, and Trump will go along, okay? And if that's the case, then we need to understand how America will fight the war and how Iran will respond. And that's what we will do next week, okay? Let's start class. So last week, we discussed the possibility that Trump will become president. And we discussed that if he does become president in his second term, there will be a very strong likelihood that the United States will go to war with Iran. Now, the question today is, okay, Trump wants to go to war, but will the U.S. military agree? Ultimately, it is the Pentagon that must implement this war. And if there is enough opposition from the military, then it is very hard for Trump to push a war. I want to make the argument today that the military will go along with the war. And it has to do with what happened in 2003, okay? So let's go back to the last time that America fought a major war. It was the 2003 invasion of Iraq called Operation Iraqi Freedom, okay? So at that time, President George W. Bush and his people, Vice President Dick Cheney, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, and his deputy Paul Wolfowitz, they want this war. And they go to the Pentagon and say, listen, we want this war, give us a plan. And the Pentagon, the generals, they're very experienced and conservative people. And in general, when you fight a war, there are three things you must focus on, okay? The first idea is mass forces. When you fight a war, you want to overwhelm your enemy. So when we say mass forces, we basically mean infantry and armor. Most wars are fought using tanks and soldiers. And the Iraq army at that time had about 370,000 soldiers, okay? And in general, the general rule of thumb when you invade a country is you want to have a 3-to-1 advantage, okay? And the reason why is that when you invade an army, when you invade a country, you need to hold territory and resupply your soldiers, okay? So you need to advance, but you also need to hold territory, as well as resupply your troops and have reserves, okay? So the general rule of thumb is that if your enemy has 300,000 soldiers, you need about 1 million, okay? So that's the first principle. Second principle is the idea of you want to avoid encirclement. The worst thing that can happen to your soldiers is if they become encircled by the enemy, okay? Because then it becomes impossible to defend yourself, all right? And the third idea is protect supply lines. Most of war is actually just logistics. How do you get oil and fuel and weapons from here to there, okay? Supply lines. So these are the three major principles that you must focus on when you fight a war. So when the Bush government asked the Pentagon for a plan, the Pentagon went to the drawing board and said, to invade Iraq properly, we need about 1 million soldiers. Okay? And Donald Rumsfeld, who was Secretary of Defense, and his deputy Wolfowitz said, no, we're going to do it with less than 1 million soldiers. Give us a plan with that requires less infantry. And the Pentagon said, okay, well, we shouldn't do this, but the most we can do is about 900,000. And Wolford said, nope, go lower. And eventually, Rumsfeld and Wolford said, we want you to fight this war with 100,000 troops. 130,000 troops, okay? The Pentagon said to Rumsfeld and Wolford, this is insane. We will be outnumbered 3-1 when we fight this war. How are we going to avoid encirclement? How are we going to mass forces? How will we protect supply lines? And Rumsfeld and Wolford, who are not, by the way, professional soldiers, they've never really fought a war before, they're like, well, we have this theory, a new theory of war called shock and awe. And the idea of shock and awe is that all militaries are hierarchies, okay? You have command and control. So you have the head, and then you have the body, and then you have the arms and the legs. Well, if we can go and cut off the head, then the entire army falls apart. And we can do that because the nature of war has changed. What the US military specializes in, what gives us the advantage is three things, okay? First is air supremacy. We control the skies because we have the greatest air force in the world, okay? But second, what's most important is technological omniscience. Omniscience means to know everything. We're God. The reason why is, listen, we have satellites that can see everything on the earth. We have technology that allows us to eavesdrop on all electronic communications. When you talk on the phone, we can hear exactly what you're saying. We know everything on the ground. That allows us to have the power of God, okay? That's the second thing. The third thing is we have special forces. So special forces are soldiers who go into enemy territory and they are able to target and direct air power against the enemy. Okay? And we, America, have the best special forces in the world. And so with these three things, we have a new doctrine of war. We can fight war in a new way that's never been fought before, but which will guarantee that war will be quick, we'll do it very quickly, cheap, it won't cost that much money, and third, decisive. We will completely destroy our enemy. Okay? And the Pentagon was like, you guys are insane. This is not going to work. This is a theory, guys. Whereas this idea, mass forces, avoid encirclement, protect supply lines, we've been doing this for like thousands of years. This is just experience. This is just history. This is reality, guys. This is just a fantasy, all right? But Rumsfeld and Wolford insisted, and they said, you must fight this war this way. And they insisted. And it turned out that this plan that the Pentagon, most military planners thought is absurd, insane, unrealistic, worked 100% the way it was supposed to work. Okay? The Second Gulf War in 2003 lasted exactly 3 weeks. Very quick. The US military, with only 130,000 troops, was able to destroy an army of 370,000 in 3 weeks, okay? That's one. Second is that America lost at most 200 soldiers, and most of it was due to friendly fire, okay? It was accidental. This is insane. This has never happened before. Only 200 American soldiers died at most. whereas tens of thousands of Iraqi soldiers died. Okay? And the third thing that was most impressive is something called thunder runs. Okay? This is just America flexing, okay, or showing off. So what was happening was that America was so dominant that you had these American soldiers in their armored vehicles drive into Baghdad, the capital city. And they would just drive around, circle it, and no one could stop them. And this is what they call thunder runs, okay? And they did 3 of these. It was purely an act of intimidation, but it's also just showing off, okay? It's like you're in a fight, and you decide, you know what, I'm so much stronger than this guy, I'm going to do a backflip, okay? I'm so bored by this guy, I'm going to do a backflip. Thunder runs, okay? So these 3 things show the incredible superiority of this doctrine of shock and awe. Okay? So, how is America able to achieve all this? Well, I mean, the first thing is the idea of air supremacy. So, one bomb called cluster bomb can wipe out an entire tank division. And the reason why is that a cluster bomb inside has about 40 bombs. And these 40 bombs are equipped with GPS. So what they can do is each of these bombs can go and find a tank. It will latch onto a tank and blow the tank up. So this one cluster bomb, which doesn't really cost that much money, can destroy an entire tank division by itself, okay? The other thing is special forces. So the theory is that special forces, if we make them the central core of our military, that will have a devastating impact. And it was true. So what was happening was that special forces could drive around and look for military installations by themselves, okay? We're talking like a few people. And then they could order in an airstrike, okay? And then the planes would blow everything up. So shock and awe was extremely effective. But the problem is that people don't really ask, what did Saddam Hussein do wrong? Why was this so effective against Saddam Hussein? And there are actually 3 reasons, okay, to think that what happened in 2003 was not a revolution in military doctrine, not a revolution in warfare, but just a unique incident in war that doesn't really tell us that much, okay? In other words, what was happening in Iraq could not be replicated, okay? And there are three reasons why. The first is that Saddam Hussein had no air defense, okay? He had no air defense. He didn't have weapons to counter America's air supremacy. And the reason why is that in 1991, Saddam Hussein fought a war against America called the First Persian Gulf War, okay? Operation Desert Storm. And his army got destroyed by American air power. And at this point, America could have chose to go invade Iraq and overthrow Saddam Hussein. And America didn't. So Saddam Hussein learned 2 lessons from the Persian Gulf War, which is, number 1, I can never beat America. There's no point in trying. If America wants to beat the crap out of me, I can't stop it, okay? That's the first thing he learned. Second thing he learned is that America probably does not want to overthrow me. Because if he overthrows me, it would destabilize the country, it would destabilize the region, you would allow terrorists into the country, you would turn my people into terrorists, you would empower Iran. So there's no way that America could overthrow me, would want to overthrow me. So let me just focus my resources on suppressing internal dissent, okay? So he completely forgot about America. So even when it was clear that America was about to invade, he still did not put up any air defenses because he didn't have any air defenses, okay? So that's the first thing that was unique about the 2003 war, okay? Second thing is that Iraq is a desert. That makes it ideal for shock and awe, right? Air power can go anywhere. You have satellites that can see everything. Special forces can just drive around. Okay? So a desert makes it an ideal situation for shock and awe. And the third thing is just surprise. No one in human history has tried to fight a war like this. Okay? And so no one knew what was going to happen. So an example is that special forces were in western Iraq blowing up missile bases because the concern was that Saddam Hussein would direct all his missiles, his Scuds, against Israel. Okay? So much damage was being inflicted in western Iraq that Saddam Hussein believed, he was so confident that the main American military was actually in western Iraq, when in fact they were in eastern Iraq. So he diverted all his forces to western Iraq and left Baghdad completely open to attack from the east. Okay? So no one had fought a war like this before, and no one knew what to expect. Okay? But obviously, you can only do this once, right? Okay? So there are three special conditions to make us think that shock and awe in the 2003 Iraq War was just a one-off. It was unique, okay? Unfortunately, the Americans don't know this, okay? Right? The Americans are like, well, all this does is prove our theory to be correct, okay? So after 2003, America focused its military doctrine, its military on shock and awe, okay? So the example is special forces. So before 2001, America had about 38,000 special forces. Today it has 73,000. Okay, that's a lot. Okay, because America has a total army of 1.3 million. The budget for special forces, Black Ops, okay, it was about $2 billion in 2000, and today it's about $13.7 billion. So it's almost an increase of 7 times, which is a lot. But this is just the public official number, because special forces are Black Ops. They can operate outside supervision of the military, okay? So in other words, their actual budget is probably 10 times, possibly 100 times more than the official budget, all right? Now special forces, I want to talk very briefly about why special forces is a problem, okay? Now, traditionally, militaries have been very strict hierarchies. And there are good reasons for this, okay? You have to enforce order and discipline, right? But you're also concerned about the military overthrowing the government, right? That's always been a problem throughout history. So you must maintain complete control. But when you do that, you create a lot of problems in the military. It is unable to react very quickly to hostile situations, okay? If terrorists come and attack you, your military can't actually go and defeat them. It's too slow, okay? Sometimes there are hostage crises, okay? So throughout the 70s, a lot of airplanes were getting hijacked by terrorists. For these circumstances, you need special forces, okay? Soldiers who are outside your immediate control, who can respond immediately to crises. That's why you have special forces, okay? But in general, you don't want that many special forces because, again, they're outside the control of your military, okay? They're independent. sometimes of your military. They have a lot of space to maneuver and to be independent. Now, why are special forces a problem? It's because the people who volunteer for special forces are different from you and me, okay? To put it very lightly. So, for example, let's look at one of the top 2 special forces in the world called SAS, okay? This is British Special Air Services. One of the most elite, certainly the oldest special forces in the world. The other is Delta. And so you volunteer for Special Air Services. You're applying, okay? And their first test is this. The first test, okay, there are many tests, but the first test is you have to run 6 marathons in 5 days. Okay? Oh, that's just the beginning. You also have to carry a backpack of bricks while you are running 6 marathons in 5 days. Okay? And you're like, okay, that's hard. Oh, one more thing. You're running the marathon on a mountain. Okay? You understand? You have to run 6 marathons in 5 days with a backpack of bricks, and you have to do it on a mountain somewhere. Okay? So even at that first test, there have been some individuals who've gone crazy. Okay? You have to put them in a hospital because they've gone crazy. But that's just to be the first test. The last test is always torture. They will be tortured to see how much they can resist torture, okay? Because obviously when you're captured, the enemy's going to torture you to get information out of you, right? What are you doing here? Who is your commander? Are there other comrades with you, okay? You'll always be tortured. So they also have to withstand torture. There's some other tests. So for example, in the French Special Services, one test is that you will have to wear a bulletproof vest, okay? And you will have to hold a clay disc, right? And then your comrade will shoot a gun at you. Most people are like, I'm not going to do this, okay? So, in other words, the people who are special forces, they're different from us physically, but they're really different from us psychologically. They have a different mentality. So, one special forces was interviewed by a reporter, and the reporter asked him, why did you choose to become special forces? And his answer is, well, it's either I do special forces or I go rob banks. One of the two. In other words, special forces are individuals who are addicted to risk and violence. And guys, in America, there's 73,000 of them running around the world trying to protect the American empire. Okay? So, special forces have increased, and it's really changed the nature of the American military. So it's good for America because now what Shock and Awe allows America to do is be everywhere at once. And you'll never see them. Okay? So for example, the example is when Gaddafi was overthrown in the 2011 Libya war, okay? That was special forces. But we don't know this because the special forces were hiding in the background, okay? Directing air power against Gaddafi. So in other words, what Shaw and All really is it's more than a theory of war, it's ultimately a theory of empire. America is an empire, but unfortunately, most Americans don't want to admit that because being an empire means doing bad things to innocent people. And what Shock and Awe allows is for America to be an empire without the guilt of being an empire. Okay? You have special forces doing all the work necessary in order to maintain this empire without people actually knowing. All right? So Shock and Awe is really a theory of empire as opposed to a theory of war. Okay? So Does it make sense to you guys so far? Okay, any questions so far? Yeah?
So there's increasing number of special forces. Is that because more people are like the people in special forces which are different from others, or because the America wants more special forces?
Okay, so Celine asked a great question. There's more special forces. Is it because there's more people who want to be special forces, or is it because America needs more special forces? The answer is both, okay? So again, America, after the fall of the Soviet Union, no longer had a peer competitor. So the understanding of America is that from now on, they would have to fight rogue regimes, okay? So small nations that don't really listen to America, and these nations have to be toppled very quickly, okay? So the examples would be Iraq, Iran, North Korea, okay? The axis of evil. So America started to shift its doctrine to shadow wars, okay? Wars that you don't really see, but which would be effective in toppling the regimes you don't like, okay? And so a lot of the resources were shifted into special forces, and that allowed more people to enter special forces. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay. All right. Any more questions before I move on? All right. Now the question then is, all right, shock and awe, where does this come from? And it comes from one of the greatest disasters for America called the Vietnam War. Okay? So from 1965 until 1973, there was a civil war in Vietnam between North Vietnam, which was communist, and South Vietnam, which is basically a U.S.-controlled puppet state, okay? And America sent soldiers from 1965 to 1973 to protect South Vietnam from insurgents and rebels. And at the height of this war, 3 million U.S. soldiers had to be deployed, okay? And at the height, in 1969, 500,000 soldiers, U.S. soldiers, were in country to fight against the rebels and the insurgents, okay? 58,000 U.S. soldiers died in this war. 3 million, at least 3 million Vietnamese died in this war. 2 million of them were civilians, innocent civilians, okay? Over 300,000 U.S. soldiers were wounded, okay? They went home without legs, without arms, and they were traumatized. And this was an extremely controversial war in America because they were trying to fight the war using standard military doctrine, mass forces, right? So they instituted something called a draft. So if you were a young American, you had to go fight in this war in Vietnam. But you didn't know why you had to go fight this war. And chances are that you would either die or you would lose a body part in this war. So it became extremely unpopular in America. The other thing is that there were a lot of journalists in Vietnam during this time, and they were reporting on how America was killing Vietnamese for no reason. So the most famous story is something called the My Lai massacre, where American soldiers went into a Vietnamese village and killed everyone there, okay? 300 people, 400 people, okay? And this was happening actually quite a lot. So there was widespread anger and protest in America at this time, which ultimately forced America to withdraw in 1973, okay? And the U.S. military was very angry about this war. Because the thing about generals is they don't like to lose wars, okay? When they fight wars, they want to win at all costs. And they felt that they were betrayed by the country. They were fighting hard to maintain the American empire, to fight against communism. And this was bringing wealth, power and prestige to America. But the American people, the American politicians, the American democracy, republic, refuse to make the necessary sacrifices in order to maintain this empire. And so many American generals felt betrayed by what happened in Vietnam. Okay? Now, there's a very famous incident during this war called the Pentagon Papers. Okay? In 1971. In 1971, a group of American analysts, okay, these are military analysts working in the military. They secretly got together and they tried to compose a secret history of the Vietnam War. And this is called the Pentagon Papers. And this was meant to be classified. This was not meant to be read by the public. But one of them, Daniel Ellsberg, leaked it to the newspapers, Washington Post and New York Times. And they published it. And people were angry by the Pentagon Papers because what the Pentagon Papers said is, one, America has been secretly fighting this war for a long time. Okay? So many presidents, including Eisenhower, Kennedy, and Lyndon Johnson, were expending this war without public approval, without congressional approval. Okay? So there was a lot of deception. That's the first thing. Second thing is that the politicians, the presidents, knew this war was not winnable. You couldn't win this war. Okay? And the reason why is that these Vietnamese peasants, they were unbeatable. Because what they were doing was they were digging tunnels underground. And then when American soldiers were coming, they would just pop out these tunnels, shoot at them, and then disappear back into the tunnels, okay? It was like as though they could swim underground. They were not beatable. Second thing is that they had an unlimited supply of weapons. And you're like, wait a minute. These peasants don't have weapons. And the answer is they got these weapons from their enemies, okay? So the first thing is that these soldiers, these American soldiers, were in the jungle and they were carrying backpacks of ammunition, right? And sometimes they would lose a fight or they would run away in the jungle because it's very hard to carry these backpacks of ammunition, right? They would drop these ammunition and guess what? You're now arming the enemy, right? Because these peasants would pick up these ammo and use it themselves. Okay, that's the first thing. Second thing is that the U.S. military dropped more bombs on Vietnam than in World War II combined, okay? More bombs were dropped in Vietnam than in World War II combined, okay? Does that make sense? And about 20% of these bombs didn't explode. And if they didn't explode, the enemy could pick them up and transform them into landmines. And it was these landmines that were killing more Americans than anything else. That's the second thing. And the third thing was that the South Vietnamese army was extremely corrupt. So they were taking these American weapons and selling them to the rebels. Okay? So then the question then is, if you can't really see this enemy, they're everywhere, okay? They can swim underground. And if you're supplying them yourself, so no matter how much weapons you can bring into this country, how are you going to win this war? The other thing is that these peasants were getting angry at you because obviously in this war you're killing a lot of innocent people, right? Who happens to be their brothers, their sisters, their children, their parents. Okay? So as this war was dragging on, the Vietnamese were becoming more embittered and more angry. So there was no way you were going to win this war. Okay? That's the Pentagon Papers, second thing. The third thing is, okay, the question then is, if these American presidents, these American leaders know for a fact that this war cannot be won, why were they fighting this war? Why were they continuing to fight this war? And the answer is, unfortunately, the answer is credibility. Okay? We don't want to lose face, guys. Okay? We don't want to lose face. If we withdraw from Vietnam, if we admit that peasants in pajamas can beat us, Soviet Union would laugh at us. China would laugh at us. The entire world would laugh at us. We don't be laughed at. So that's why we're staying in this war, okay? So to summarize what the Pentagon Papers said, okay, 3 things. One is that the American government lied to the people and turned this into a major war. That's the first thing. Second thing is that America cannot possibly win this war, okay? And the third thing is that America's only in this war so to avoid losing face. That's it. There was no strategic purpose. There was no strategic objectives from fighting this war. It was just like, we don't want to lose face. We don't want to be laughed at. That's it. Okay? So obviously, when the Pentagon Papers were released to the public, everyone was angry. Okay? And the anger was so tremendous that America had no choice but to ultimately withdraw from the war. And so the Pentagon felt betrayed by democracy. The politicians were more concerned about winning elections than about winning wars, okay? People could protest and defy the military. They refused to make the sacrifices necessary to win this war. And the media could insult the military. So there were many in the military who thought that, listen, if we are to maintain the empire, we need to divorce the empire from democracy. Okay? Empire and democracy do not get along. If we want to win a war, our greatest enemy is not the enemy, but democracy in America. And that's why you have shock and awe, right? Because the entire point of shock and awe is to minimize casualties. And if there are casualties, you can't see them because they're all blown up, right? And it's quick, so it's impossible for people to start to get angry, okay? Shock and awe means that America no longer has to make any sacrifices. You no longer need the consent of the people to fight the war. You don't even need congressional approval to fight the war. You can now escape the shackles of democracy in order to do what you must to protect the American empire. Okay? Does that make sense? So shock and awe was really a response to Vietnam War. And what shock and awe means is that the empire is no longer burdened by democracy. Special forces can go and do what they must without any oversight and consent from the people. Okay? Does that make sense, guys? Okay, so shock and awe is really a fear of empire. What America must do in order to maintain its empire around the world. Any questions before I move on about this?
So shock and awe is, like said earlier, it's only kind of work in the Iraq war. So will it like help America lose in other wars?
Okay, so Celine asked a great question, which is, okay, I make the argument that shock and awe only works in Iraq, right? And what would happen in other wars? Okay, so the thing about America for the past 20 years is it's been mainly fighting wars in the Middle East. And it turns out the entire Middle East is a desert, okay? All right, so this shock and awe policy has had tremendous success in Iraq and then in Libya, okay? Because America overthrew Gaddafi in Libya. And it's also had some success in Syria as well, okay? So from the perspective of America, we're really only fighting wars in a desert. Shock and awe is fine, okay? But next class, we'll discuss Iran. And Iran is not a desert, it's mountains. And I'll show you that shock and awe is not going to work in Iran, okay? But that's next class, okay? Does that make sense? All right. Any more questions?
Like in Hussein, like, there was still a lot of fighting after they won because
Yeah.
they couldn't control the country.
Yeah.
So shock and awe is ineffective in like these types of conflicts.
Yeah, okay. So Jack makes a great point, which is, okay, yeah, but most people would say that America lost the Iraq War because of the insurgency, right? Okay, so, okay, that's a great point, okay? You can make the point that America, for the past 20 years, have lost all wars in Iraq and Afghanistan because they have not been able to control the insurgency, okay? But the problem with this is that shock and awe, it's not designed to stabilize countries. Shock and awe is meant to topple and destroy countries. Do you understand? And so the argument can be made that the real intention of shock and awe is to make sure that no power in the Middle East can arise to challenge America's supremacy. Okay? So, yeah, in Iraq, the insurgents ultimately won, but is Iraq a functional state? And the answer is no, right? Is Libya a functional state? No. There's still a civil war going on in Syria, all right? So that's a great point, okay? And it comes down to what is the ultimate design and intention of the empire? Is it to replace regimes or is it to destroy countries? And you make the argument that shock and awe is really designed to destroy countries and not to replace regimes, okay? Does that make sense? Okay, now, what's important to understand is that one of the theories of the invasion of Iraq is to bring democracy to the country. Okay? But the problem with that is, from the start, they did everything wrong. Okay? So first thing is, they really didn't have enough soldiers to maintain peace, right, in the country. So there was a lot of looting. So the entire country broke down. Second thing is that during the air campaign, America destroyed all the infrastructure necessary for society, okay? So including water supply, including electricity grid. Why would you do that if your intention was to bring democracy to the country, right? The third thing is that the very first thing the American government did when they took control over Iraq is something called de-Ba'athification, okay? Which is to say that if you used to work for the old government, you're now out of a job. Hey, the Iraqi military, you're now disbanded. But, and then the question then is, if your ultimate objective is to bring democracy to the country, why would you destroy all political infrastructure in the country? Why would you destroy the ability for the country to govern itself as well as to maintain order, as well as to feed the population? Why would you do that? Okay? So an argument can be made that the real intention was not to bring democracy to Iraq, it was just to destroy Iraq, to maintain American supremacy as well as to teach others a lesson. Don't mess with us, we'll come and destroy you. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay, but this is something we will discuss later on, okay, in another class. Okay? All right, let's now move to the last topic, which is the theory of empire. So, this is not the first theory of empire America had. It's actually the second theory of empire. The first theory of empire was in 1991. Remember that in 1991, America launched an attack against Saddam Hussein because Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait, right? So at that time, 1991, the Soviet Union had collapsed. America was the only hegemon, was the only power, and it presented a new theory of empire, how America will rule the world, okay? So the first idea is limited strategic goals or objectives, okay? So, for example, in 2003, when America invaded Iraq, its strategic goals were pretty unachievable, okay? It was basically like, we're going to bring democracy and peace to Iraq and the Middle East, okay? Whereas in the Persian Gulf War, led by the father, right, Herbert Walker Bush, the first and only goal was to remove Saddam Hussein from Kuwait. That's it, okay? We're not going to go to Iraq and topple Saddam Hussein. We're not going to inflict punishment on Saddam Hussein. All we want to do is remove him from Kuwait. Okay? That's the first thing. Second thing is that America did so with a coalition of countries. Okay? Dozens of other countries were part of the war. And America played a leading role, but it also had to defer to its partners. Okay? So, for example, countries like Saudi Arabia, who participated in the war, were like, there's no way we'll topple Saddam Hussein. We'll only stop at Kuwait, okay? So the United States deferred to its partners, okay? And the third thing was, and this is the most important, is that the ultimate leader was the United Nations. The United States had to go and make a case to the United Nations. The United Nations gave its consent to the military action, okay? So the United States made the argument that this is not a U.S. military action, it is a UN military action, okay? And so the important principle is to maintain the rules-based international order, okay? So what America said at that point is, yeah, I know we are the greatest power in the world. I know the Soviet Union has collapsed. I know that militarily no one can challenge us. But with this power comes great responsibility. We must show humility. We must show discipline. We must show restraint. Our priority will be to maintain the national rules-based order because this will bring prosperity, freedom, and stability to everyone. Okay? And that means that if we use the military, it will only because it's the last resort, the last option, and only for a limited strategic objective. We will only do so with partners. And we will only do so under the umbrella of UN authority. Okay? So this is the first theory of empire. If you think about it, wow, great. What a wonderful world, right? Here's the question then. Why did America not do this anymore? Why did it switch to shock and awe? Shock and awe is basically unlimited strategic goals, unilateral military action, right? We, America, will do this by ourselves. We don't really need anyone. Okay? And in America, it's just basically bowling. We make the rules. Why did America do this? Why this transition from the first theory of empire, which is great, it would allow America to rule the world forever, to now the second theory of empire, which is pissing the entire world off? Why? Okay, so this is really hard to understand, okay? But let's use an analogy, okay? So Jack is my son, okay? And I'm a billionaire. I have $10 billion. Why do I have $10 billion? It's because, one, I'm smart, okay? I'm smarter than everyone else. Two, I work really hard, okay? And three, I bribed a lot of politicians. So I have $10 billion. But I'm like 95 years old. And I know I'm going to die, okay? So I invite Jack, who's my son, to dinner. And I say to Jack, I love you and I want what's best for you. I'm going to die very soon and you will inherit my empire. Okay? And I want you to know that you don't have to worry about anything, Jack, because I have 100 advisors who control this empire, who manage this empire. And they are great. They're experienced, they're loyal, they're strategic. Every year, Jack, they make 10% for us, okay? So $10 billion, they make $1 billion for us every year. When I go, they're still going to manage this empire for us. And you know what? They're going to give you, every year, Jack, $100 million to do whatever you want. You want to go by an airplane? Do that. You want to go by an island? Do that. You want to party with movie stars? Do that. You can do whatever you want. Okay? So, Jack, as my last wish, as my dying wish, I want you, Jack, my son, who I love, to promise me that after I die, you will listen to my 100 advisors. Okay? So, Jack, do you promise me? You promise me, right? And then I die. And then what is the first thing that Jack will do? The very first thing he will do. Come on, guys, it's not hard. Your first thing you will do, okay, is fire everyone. Get out of here, okay? What's the second thing you will do? You're going to hire all your friends, Jack, okay? You're going to hire all your friends, okay? And what's the third thing you're going to do? You're going to do something really stupid, okay? You'll be like, you know what? My dad only made $10 billion. Those advisors only make 10% a year. I'm going to invest in Bitcoin. I'm going to invest in AI. I'm going to invest in the Chinese stock market, the Chinese real estate market, and make $100 billion, okay? And then he loses all the money. You understand? All right? This happens all the time, guys, okay? Right? Ask yourself, if your dad were rich and he was about to leave you a lot of money, would you listen to professional people? No, you'd be like, no, I want to have fun, okay? So the question then is, the first theory of empire, okay, which said that for America to maintain its empire, it must demonstrate to the world humility, discipline, and restraint. Why did they get rid of this and move to shock and awe, which is like, we'll do anything we want? Why? Why? Why would they do that? Because it's fun. Okay, do you understand? What is the point of having an empire if you cannot blow things up for no reason? There's no point. We have the greatest military in the world. Let's just blow things up for like no reason, okay? All right? Now, there are three fundamental problems with shock and awe, okay? The first problem is that you become overcommitted. Okay, do you understand? You believe that shock and awe allows you to be God. You can be anywhere at once fighting all wars, okay? You're overcommitted. Second is you lack strategic focus. Meaning that you actually don't have a plan. You don't know what you want to do with this empire. You just want to maintain this empire, okay? So you don't actually have a strategy in place, okay? And the third thing is hubris. You don't think anyone can challenge you. You don't think you can lose a war, okay? And so the idea of hubris is this. Right now, America has this huge empire, and it's refusing to spend the necessary resources to protect the empire. So for example, the US Navy, okay? In 1945, it had 7,600 ships. Today, guess what, guys? It has 475. These 475 ships must go around all around the world to protect shipping lanes, okay? The US military in 1991, during the first Persian Gulf War, had 2 million soldiers. Today it has 1.3 million soldiers. Okay? So, in other words, if America ever fights a war, a major war, it's going to have a lot of problems. The other thing is that America doesn't even have manufacturing capacity anymore, okay? It doesn't have any factories anymore, which means that if it fights a war, it can't fight a war for a very long time. So the example is that for every ship that America makes, China can make 300 ships. Okay? America no longer has this manufacturing capacity that it had during World War II, okay? So in other words, why will the military agree to the stupid war in Iran? Because it's overcommitted, it has no strategy, and it's because it's arrogant. All right? And the military is like this because of what happened in 2003, shock and awe. Does that make sense to you guys? All right? So next class, we will look at what the Iran war will look like. And I guarantee you that shock and awe is not going to work in Iran. All right? But I'll explain why next class. Any questions before we end for the day?
So what's the difference between the American people who believe in the first theory and the people who believe in the second theory?
Oh, so Celine asked a great question. What's the difference between the people who believe in the first theory and the second theory, okay? Okay, and the answer is this. The people who believe in the first theory came from an older generation, okay? This is a generation that fought in World War II and who fought the Cold War. So they understand what war looks like. War is really bloody and it's terrible. And we must do our best to avoid war, okay? The second generation, 2003, are individuals who don't know what war is, okay? Like, if you actually look at videos from 2003, the war, it actually looks like a video game. You understand? You don't actually see what they saw in Vietnam, which was all these soldiers losing their arms and crying, okay? I mean, the images from Vietnam were just terrible. It was hard for people to watch. But the Gulf War in 2003, it was just a video game. It was just like things getting blown up, okay? You don't actually see the people dying. And again, only 200 people died, 200 soldiers died in 2003. Okay? So, in other words, unfortunately, America is headed towards disaster, okay? Because the people in charge have no experience. They don't know what war is. And they don't know what the horrors of war is. And they've inherited a lot of money, and they want to enjoy the money, okay? They want to have fun, okay? Does that make sense? Okay, all right, great. So I'll see you guys next class.